close your eyes now and let the heavy curtains of the present day fall away, leaving only the soft, rhythmic sound of the Aegean Sea lapping against a rocky shore, the scent of wild thyme drifting on the salt air, and the feeling of cool, smooth stones beneath your feet as we step into the twilight of the ancient world. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. More than 2,000 years ago, in a world without laboratories, universities, or printed books, one man quietly laid down the intellectual framework that would shape how the West thinks, argues, teaches, and understands reality itself. His name was Aristotle, and while empires rose and fell around his legacy, his ideas endured, steady, methodical, and astonishingly resilient. If Western civilization has a skeleton, Aristotle forged its bones. Born in 384 BCE in the small Greek town of Stagira, Aristotle entered a world ruled by myth, tradition, and inherited authority. Yet from an early age, he was trained not to accept explanations simply because they were ancient or revered. His father was a court physician, and from him Aristotle absorbed a respect for observation, anatomy, and cause. This early exposure to the natural world would later separate him sharply from his teacher, Plato. At 17, Aristotle arrived in Athens and entered Plato's academy. For nearly 20 years, he studied under the greatest philosopher of the age. Plato looked upward, toward eternal forms and abstract ideals that existed beyond the physical world. Aristotle listened, learned, and ultimately disagreed. Where Plato trusted pure reason, Aristotle trusted the evidence of the senses. Where Plato asked what reality should be, Aristotle asked what reality is. This difference would define the future of Western thought. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens and eventually became tutor to a young prince, Alexander of Macedon, later known as Alexander the Great. Though history remembers Alexander for conquest, it was Aristotle who shaped his intellectual foundations, teaching him ethics, politics, science, and logic. Yet Aristotle himself never sought power. His true ambition was understanding. When he returned to Athens, Aristotle founded the Lyceum, a school unlike any before it. Students did not sit in silence contemplating abstract truths. They walked, debated, collected data, dissected animals, compared constitutions, and classified knowledge. The Lyceum was not a temple of ideas. It was a workshop of thought. Aristotle's greatest and most enduring contribution was logic. Before him, people argued, debated, and persuaded. But there was no formal system explaining how reasoning itself worked. Aristotle changed that forever. In his collection of works, later called the Organon, he built the first complete system of formal logic in human history. At its heart was the syllogism, a structured argument where conclusions follow necessarily from premises. All humans are mortal. Socrates is human. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. Simple, elegant, and devastatingly powerful. For the first time, truth was no longer a matter of rhetoric alone, but of structure. If the premises were true and the form was valid, the conclusion could not be denied. Alongside this, Aristotle articulated the principle of non-contradiction, the idea that something cannot be both true and false in the same respect at the same time. This principle became the bedrock of rational discourse. Without it, science collapses, law dissolves, and meaning itself unravels. Even today, every courtroom argument, scientific paper, and mathematical proof rests silently upon Aristotle's insight. But Aristotle was not merely the architect of logic. He sought to understand the entire world, systematically and patiently. He studied biology with astonishing detail, observing and classifying hundreds of species. He examined politics by comparing real constitutions, not imagined utopias. He analyzed poetry, rhetoric, ethics, and metaphysics, not as isolated disciplines, but as connected expressions of human nature. To explain change and existence, Aristotle proposed his famous theory of the four causes: material, formal, efficient, and final. To understand anything fully, one must know what it is made of, what shape it takes, what brings it into being, and most importantly, what it is for. This idea of purpose, or telos, shaped Western thinking for centuries, influencing theology, natural science, and moral philosophy. In ethics, Aristotle rejected rigid rules and divine commandments. Instead, he asked a deeply human question: how should one live to flourish? His answer was virtue ethics, centered on eudaimonia, a life of fulfillment achieved through reason and balance. Virtue, he argued, lies in the mean between extremes. Courage exists between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity stands between wastefulness and greed. Moral excellence is not inherited, it is practiced. Politics, for Aristotle, followed naturally from ethics. Humans, he declared, are political animals, meant to live in communities governed by reason and law. He analyzed monarchies, aristocracies, democracies, and tyrannies with a cold, empirical eye. No system was perfect, but some were more stable, more just, and more conducive to virtue than others. His realism would later inspire republican thought and constitutional governance. After Aristotle's death in 322 BCE, his works nearly vanished. For centuries, they survived only in fragments and translations, preserved by Islamic scholars in Baghdad, Cordoba, and Cairo. When Europe rediscovered Aristotle in the Middle Ages, his impact was explosive. Thinkers like Thomas Aquinas fused Aristotelian logic with Christian theology, rebuilding Western education around his method. For nearly 1,500 years, Aristotle was known simply as the philosopher. To disagree with him was to challenge authority itself. Even when modern science overturned some of his conclusions, it retained his method: observe carefully, define precisely, reason rigorously, and seek causes. Today, we live in a world saturated with information and noise, yet the structure of our thinking remains Aristotelian. Every algorithm follows logical rules. Every scientific experiment tests causes. Every serious debate demands clear premises and valid conclusions. Even when we reject Aristotle, we do so using tools he gave us. Aristotle did not promise certainty, salvation, or divine revelation. What he offered was something quieter and far more enduring: a disciplined way of thinking, a logic that outlived empires, a method strong enough to carry civilization forward. He taught the Western world not what to think, but how to think, and in doing so, he became one of the most influential minds humanity has ever known. To understand the man behind the monument, we must travel back to the very beginning, to the northern shores of Greece, far from the polished marble of Athens. We find ourselves in Stagira, a modest coastal town in Chalcidice, where the land smells of pine resin and the sea is a deep, bruised purple. It is here that a young boy named Aristoteles, destined to be called just Aristotle, walks along the shoreline, his sandals crunching on wet gravel. He is not looking up at the clouds, searching for Zeus or Apollo. He is looking down at a cuttlefish washed ashore, examining the texture of its skin with a seriousness that seems too large for his small face. His father, Nicomachus, stands beside him, not scolding him for dirtying his tunic, but pointing out the symmetry of the creature's tentacles. Nicomachus is no ordinary fisherman or farmer. He is a man of science, a member of the Asclepiads, a guild of physicians who claim descent from the god of healing himself. More importantly, Nicomachus serves as the personal physician to King Amyntas III of Macedon. This connection to the rough warrior court of the north will shadow Aristotle his entire life, a tether of both privilege and danger. In these early years, however, the court is just a distant rumor. The reality is the dissection table and the medicine jar. Young Aristotle grows up surrounded by the tools of healing, bronze scalpels, dried herbs, and the distinctive metallic scent of blood mixed with vinegar. While other children learn myths of heroes slaying monsters, Aristotle learns that life is complex, fragile, and governed by hidden structures. His father teaches him that the body is a machine of sorts, and to fix it, one must understand how it works, not just pray for a miracle. It is said that physicians of this era train their sons in dissection from a young age, and we can imagine the boy holding a lamp steady while his father works, learning early on that the truth of a thing is often found on the inside, beneath the skin. It is a lesson in looking, really looking, that he will never forget. But childhood in the ancient world is as fragile as the sea glass he collects. By the time Aristotle reaches his early teens, both Nicomachus and his mother, Phaestis, have passed away, leaving him an orphan in a world that offers little shelter to the unprotected. He is taken in by Proxenus of Atarneus, a guardian who, perhaps sensing the boy's extraordinary potential, or perhaps just tired of answering his endless questions about why the moon changes shape or why the tides recede, ensures that his education continues. As Aristotle grows into a young man, the horizon of Stagira begins to feel too close, too small. He has exhausted the local libraries and the wisdom of the village elders. To the south lies Athens, the city of the violet crown, the intellectual heartbeat of the Mediterranean. It calls to him like a siren, not with songs of pleasure, but with the promise of answers. At 17, with a small inheritance sewn into his cloak, and a mind hungry for the unknown, he boards a ship bound for Piraeus, leaving the safety of the north for the chaos of the philosophical capital of the world. He does not know it yet, but he is sailing toward a meeting that will change history. A collision between the physician's son, who loves the earth, and the wrestler poet named Plato, who loves the sky. The ship's hull bumps gently against the limestone quay of Piraeus, the great port of Athens, and the vibration travels up through the soles of Aristotle's sandals, signaling the end of one journey and the terrifying, exhilarating beginning of another. It is 306-7 BCE, and the sun hangs low over the Saronic Gulf, casting that peculiar, bruised violet light upon the distant hills that gave Athens its poetic name, the city of the violet crown. The air here is different from the pine-scented breeze of Stagira. It is thick with the smells of a metropolis, drying fish, imported spices, sweating dockhands, and the sharp tang of hot tar used to seal the bellies of triremes. Aristotle steps onto the bustling dock, a 17-year-old boy with a pouch of coins, and a mind that refuses to stop cataloging the world around him. He is a stranger here, a metic, a resident alien with no rights to vote, no right to own land, and no ancestral claim to the city's gods. He is merely a guest, drifting through the noise like a ghost in a tunic, watching the Athenians argue over the price of pottery with the same ferocity they used to debate the nature of justice. As he begins the long walk up the road between the long walls that connect the port to the city proper, he must feel a profound sense of isolation. To the Athenians, he is a northerner, perhaps even considered semi-barbarous by the snobbish standards of the capital, where a heavy accent can get you mocked in the marketplace. Yet Aristotle does not look like a rough barbarian. Later gossip, filtered through centuries of biographies, tells us he was something of a dandy, a man who paid careful attention to his appearance, wearing rings on his fingers and keeping his hair fashionably short, unlike the wild, uncut manes of the Spartans. One can imagine him pausing to adjust his cloak, ensuring the drape is precise before entering the gates. He is not here to wrestle in the dirt, though he will do that too. He is here to wrestle with ideas. The Athens he enters is a city living in the long shadow of its own golden age. The great statesman Pericles has been dead for over 60 years. The Parthenon, gleaming high on the Acropolis, like a pearl set in stone, is already an old monument, a reminder of the power Athens held before the disastrous war with Sparta. But if the city's military might has fractured, its intellectual empire is at its zenith. It is a city of talkers. Everywhere Aristotle looks, in the agora, under the shaded stoas, near the fountains, men are talking. They trade rumors, insults, and syllogisms with equal enthusiasm. It is said that in Athens, you cannot throw a stone without hitting a philosopher, though you are just as likely to hit a fishmonger who thinks he is a philosopher. For a young man who craves order and explanation, this chaotic vibrancy is both a feast and a warning. He navigates the winding, narrow streets, avoiding the slops thrown from upper windows, seeking the one place that matters, the academy. It is not located in the city center, but outside the walls to the northwest, in a sacred grove of olive trees dedicated to the local hero Hecademos. This is not a university in the modern sense. There are no tuition fees, no registrars, and no dormitories. It is a public park, a gymnasium where young men exercise their bodies naked in the dust and their minds in the shade of the plane trees. As Aristotle approaches the grove, the noise of the city fades, replaced by the rhythmic chirping of cicadas and the soft thud of feet on packed earth. This is the domain of Plato. But here, history offers a quiet irony. When Aristotle finally arrives at the gates of wisdom, the master is not home. Plato, now 60 years old, and the most famous thinker in the Mediterranean, has left Athens. He is away in Syracuse, on the island of Sicily, engaged in a doomed and dangerous attempt to turn the young tyrant Dionysius II into a philosopher king. It is a venture that will end in failure and near imprisonment for Plato. But for Aristotle, this absence is a hidden gift. For weeks, perhaps months, the young student wanders the academy without the overwhelming shadow of the master looming over him. He meets the other students, mathematicians like Eudoxus, who are mapping the stars, and Speusippus, Plato's nephew. They are a strange brotherhood, united not by blood, but by a shared obsession with the invisible structures of reality. They welcome the wealthy, well-dressed northerner, perhaps eyeing his jewelry with amusement, but soon respecting the sharpness of his mind. Historians still argue about these early days. Did Aristotle immediately shine, or was he a quiet observer? The evidence suggests he was a voracious consumer of books. In an era when books were rare, expensive scrolls of papyrus, Aristotle was known to collect them. Plato, upon his return, would later give Aristotle a nickname, the reader. It was a compliment, but perhaps a double-edged one in a school that prioritized oral debate and living dialogue over the dead letter of the written word. Imagine Aristotle sitting in the dappled sunlight of the olive grove, unrolling a scroll of Parmenides or Heraclitus, his eyes scanning the lines while around him others wrestle and shout. He is already distinct. He is looking for data, for the written record of what has been thought before, while the Academy looks for the eternal forms in the sky. The sensory transition from the bustling, fish-smelling port to the quiet, dusty sanctity of the Academy marks the true beginning of his life. He breathes in the dry air, scented with the crushed leaves of the sacred olives, trees which were punishable by death to uproot, and feels the weight of the place. He is no longer just Nicomachus's son, the orphan from the north. He is an initiate of the grove. The wait for Plato continues, building a gentle tension in the young man's heart. He hears stories of the master's intensity, his hatred of democracy, his belief that the world we see is merely a shadow on a cave wall. Aristotle looks at the trees, the stones, the lizard sunning itself on a bench, and he wonders, are these really just shadows? They feel so real. They have texture, heat, and life. The seed of their future disagreement is already planted, dormant in the soil of his curiosity, waiting for the rain of Plato's return. But for now, he is simply a student waiting for the teacher, watching the sun dip below the horizon, turning the violet crown into a silhouette of jagged black against a darkening sky, unaware that he will stay in this garden for 20 years. A lifetime of thought, debate, and discovery that will eventually force him to leave the garden behind, to build a world of his own. The waiting finally ends, not with a trumpet blast, but with the heavy, weary tread of a man returning from a world that refused to be saved. Plato is back. He enters the Academy not as a floating spirit of wisdom, but as a man of flesh and bone, dusting the travel grit from his cloak, his brow furrowed with the frustration of his failed experiment in Syracuse. He is 60 years old now, broad-shouldered. His very name, Platon, means broad, and possessed of a physical intensity that betrays his past as a wrestler. For the young Aristotle, who has spent months navigating the grove's intellectual currents on his own, this is the moment of ignition. He watches the master take his seat, perhaps on a simple stone bench beneath the plane trees, and the atmosphere of the Academy shifts instantly. The chatter of the students dies down. The casual debates over geometry in the dirt cease. The center of gravity has returned. To understand the relationship that unfolds over the next 2 decades, we must banish the image of a dry classroom with rows of desks. The Academy is a living organism, a fraternity of seekers who eat together, drink together, and argue until the stars wheel overhead. And in this fraternity, Aristotle quickly distinguishes himself as a singular anomaly. While other students are content to listen and nod, mesmerized by Plato's weaving of myths and mathematics, Aristotle is the one who brings scrolls to the dinner table. Plato, observing this young man surrounded by piles of papyrus, gives him a nickname, the reader, It sounds affectionate, and perhaps it is, but there is a gentle barb hidden within it. To Plato, reading is a secondary activity, a pale imitation of the live dialectic, the fire of conversation where truth is born. Books, Plato once argued, are like paintings. If you ask them a question, they preserve a solemn silence. But Aristotle loves the silence of the page. He trusts the accumulated data of the past. He is the first great scholar in a world of mystics. As the years drift by like leaves falling in the grove, a profound dynamic establishes itself between the two men, a tension that will become the engine of Western philosophy. Picture them walking side by side, the older man, white-bearded and mystical, pointing upwards, and the younger man, sharp-eyed and grounded, pointing outwards. Plato is the architect. He believes that the world we see, the crumbling statues, the dying flowers, the corrupt politicians, is merely a shadow, a flawed copy of a perfect, eternal reality that exists in a realm beyond the sky. He calls these the forms. To Plato, a horse is just a temporary collection of bones and hair. The real horse, the form of horseness, is eternal and lives in the world of pure intellect. He wants to escape the messy cave of the senses to reach the sunlight of pure reason. Aristotle, however, cannot bring himself to abandon the cave. He looks at the horse, the actual breathing animal stamping its hoof in the dust, and sees beauty and truth right there. He loves the particular, the specific, the tangible. If Plato is the architect of the invisible, Aristotle is the surveyor of the visible. Yet despite this fundamental rift, there is no shouting, no angry departures, at least not yet. There is instead a deep, resonant harmony. Aristotle remains at the academy for an astonishing 20 years. One does not stay 20 years in a place one despises. He is spellbound by Plato's mind, even as he quietly begins to dismantle Plato's system from the inside. He attends the master's famous Lecture on the Good, a legendary event where half of Athens turned up expecting practical advice on how to be happy, only to be baffled by hours of rigorous, abstract mathematics. While the crowd leaves confused and disappointed, muttering about wasted time, Aristotle stays. He understands that for Plato, mathematics is the language of the divine, the ladder to the stars. Aristotle climbs that ladder too, but he keeps checking the rungs to make sure they are solid. It is a time of slow, golden maturation. The reader begins to write. He writes dialogues of his own, mimicking the master's style so perfectly that later Roman critics would describe his prose as a river of gold. These early works are lost to us now, washed away by time. But they made him famous in his own day. He becomes a teacher within the school, lecturing on rhetoric, the art of persuasion, perhaps wearing those signature rings, perhaps speaking with a slight lisp, as some traditions suggest. He is vibrant, witty, and increasingly critical. There is a story, likely a myth, but one that captures the mood, that Plato once remarked. Aristotle kicks me, just as a foal kicks its mother after nursing. It is a humorous complaint, but it acknowledges the vitality of the student. The foal kicks not out of malice, but because it is growing strong. It is ready to run. The academy during these years is a crossroads of the world. Mathematicians come from the east, astronomers from the south, bringing data that Aristotle devours. He is building his own library, the first great private collection in Europe, turning his home into a factory of facts. He collects constitutions from different cities, botanical specimens and astronomical records. He is quietly shifting the focus of wisdom from remembering eternal truths to discovering new ones. Yet as long as Plato is alive, the bond holds. There is a moving nobility in their disagreement. It is said that Aristotle later wrote, Amicus Plato sed magis amica veritas. Plato is my friend, but truth is a better friend. This is the heartbeat of the academy, friendship that can withstand the weight of disagreement. They are united by the shared belief that the unexamined life is not worth living, even if they examine it through different lenses, one using a telescope to find heaven, the other using a microscope to understand Earth. As the sun sets on the academy in the late 340s BCE, casting long shadows through the olive branches, the era of the two giants begins to draw to a close. Plato is growing old, his writing becoming more rigid, more obsessed with laws and numbers, less filled with the poetic fire of his youth. Aristotle is in his mid-30s, a man in his prime, his mind a razor that has been whetted against the hardest stone in Greece. He must sense that the academy, for all its beauty, can no longer contain him. He is a metic, a foreigner, and though he is the brilliant star of the school, he can never truly inherit it. The politics of Athens are turning against Macedon, his homeland, and the air is growing chillier. But for now, let us hold them in this suspended moment. The master and the student, the old wrestler and the young dandy, walking together in the twilight, discussing the nature of the soul. They are the twin poles of our intellectual world, the yin and yang of thought. Every thinker who comes after them will be in some way a child of this conversation. When you try to be logical, you are Aristotelian. When you dream of a better world that doesn't exist yet, you are a Platonist. They are not enemies. They are the two hands of philosophy, clasping together in the dark. But hands must eventually let go. The year 347 BC approaches, bringing with it the inevitable shadow of mortality. Plato lies down to die, reportedly while listening to a flutist play, his fingers tapping out the rhythm of the music on his chest, seeking harmony until the very end. With his last breath, the keystone of Aristotle's life in Athens is removed. The structure cannot hold. The reader has finished the book of his youth, and now he must step out of the library and into the wild, chaotic, unwritten world. The garden gates are opening, and the road leads away toward the sea, toward islands of mystery, and eventually toward the court of a king who will shake the foundations of the earth. The silence that falls over the olive grove in 347 BCE is heavy, pressing down on the chest like a physical weight. Plato is dead. The great heart of the academy has ceased to beat, and for a moment, it feels as if the intellect of Athens itself has been extinguished. Funerals in ancient Greece are visceral affairs, filled with the tearing of hair and the wailing of women. But one imagines the mourning for Plato is different. Solemn, ordered, a procession of minds honoring the man who taught them that death is merely the soul's liberation from the prison of the body. Aristotle stands among the mourners, now 37 years old, no longer the eager boy from the north, but a mature philosopher in his own right. He watches the smoke of the pyre drift upward, dissolving into the ether. Just as the master would have said, the soul dissolves into the realm of forms. It is the end of the long summer of his apprenticeship, and almost immediately, the chill of autumn sets in. With the patriarch gone, the family must decide who will lead the house. To any impartial observer, the choice is obvious. Aristotle is the mind of the school, the most brilliant, prolific, and capable thinker in the grove. If merit were the only metric, the mantle of leadership would naturally drape over his shoulders. But the Academy is not a meritocracy. It is a property, a legal entity, and perhaps most importantly, a distinctly Athenian institution. Aristotle is a foreigner, a metic, legally barred from owning the land the school sits upon. Even more damaging is his perceived lack of loyalty to the specific dogmas of the founder. He asks too many questions about the physical world. He is too comfortable with the messy, earthly details that Plato sought to transcend. And so, the decision is made behind closed doors, likely with the quiet shuffling of sandals and the murmuring of old men. The leadership of the Academy passes not to the brilliant northern star, but to Speusippus, Plato's nephew. It is a stinging moment, damp with the smell of nepotism. Speusippus is a competent man, certainly, but he is no Aristotle. He is obsessed with mathematics, turning philosophy into a dry game of numbers, Pythagorean mysticism without the poetry. For Aristotle, this is the signal he has been dreading. The Academy, his home for half his life, is no longer a sanctuary of open inquiry. It is becoming a shrine to a specific, rigid doctrine. Historians still argue whether Aristotle left in a huff of wounded pride, or if he was simply pushed out by the shifting tides of politics. The truth, as is often the case, is likely a tapestry woven from both threads. While the academic politics are bruising, the geopolitical winds are becoming positively dangerous. In Athens, a fiery orator named Demosthenes is rising in the assembly, spitting venom against the growing power of Macedon in the north. He calls King Philip, the father of the young Alexander, a barbarian, a threat to Greek liberty. For Aristotle, whose family has served the Macedonian court for a generation, Athens is becoming a trap. To stay is to risk being branded a spy. To stay is to watch the school he loves turn into something he cannot respect. And so, the decision crystallizes. He must leave. There is a profound melancholy in packing a life that has spanned 20 years. Aristotle gathers his scrolls, those precious hand-copied papyri that constitute his external memory. He packs his cloaks, his collection of oddities, perhaps a dried starfish or a geological sample, and prepares to become a wanderer once more. He is not alone in his exodus. Xenocrates, another brilliant student who finds the new mathematical regime unbearable, decides to join him. Together, they walk out of the sacred gate of Athens, turning their backs on the Acropolis. As they crest the hills surrounding the city, Aristotle must look back at the Parthenon one last time. It glows in the distance, a symbol of the city that gave him everything and then reminded him he belonged to nothing. He is leaving the city of words. He is heading for the world of things. Their destination is not a random choice. They sail east, across the Aegean, to the coast of Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, to a city called Atarneus. Here, a remarkable figure awaits them, Hermias. Hermias is a man who defies easy categorization. He is a former slave who rose to become a banker, and then the ruler, the tyrant, of a small city-state. But unlike the brutal tyrants of legend, Hermias is a philosopher. He had visited the academy years before and was captivated by the vision of a ruler who governs with wisdom. He invites Aristotle and Xenocrates, not as courtiers, but as friends and counselors. He gives them the nearby town of Assos to live in, essentially handing them a city as a laboratory. It is here, in the fresh, salt-sprayed air of the eastern Aegean, that Aristotle begins to heal from the disappointment of Athens. The landscape is rugged, dominated by steep cliffs and the glitter of the sea, a stark contrast to the dusty groves of the academy. In Assos, the circle of friends creates a new kind of community. It is smaller, more intimate, and far more focused on the tangible world. Without the overwhelming presence of Plato, Aristotle finally has the space to stretch his own intellectual limbs fully. He begins to teach, but he also begins to look. It is said that in Assos, he starts his shift away from abstract speculation toward empirical observation. He walks the harbors, watching the fishermen haul in their nets. He talks to farmers about their crops. He is no longer asking, what is the form of the fish? He is asking, how does this fish breathe? How does it reproduce? The ghost of the academy is fading, replaced by the vivid, undeniable reality of nature. But life in Assos offers more than just intellectual freedom. It offers a connection that softens the philosopher's heart. Hermias, the philosopher king, has a niece, or perhaps an adopted daughter, named Pythias. She is young, noble, and by all accounts, highly intelligent. In a world where women were often secluded and uneducated, Pythias seems to have been a rare exception, capable of engaging with the minds of the men around her. Aristotle, the man of logic, falls in love. It is a quiet, dignified romance, not the stormy passion of the poets, but a deep resonance of souls. They marry, and for a brief, shining moment, Aristotle finds a domestic happiness he has never known. He has a home, a patron who respects him, a wife he loves, and a new world to study. Yet there is a shadow falling over this idyllic coastal interlude. Hermias, in his ambition to be a wise ruler, is playing a dangerous game of high-stakes diplomacy. He is secretly negotiating with King Philip of Macedon, hoping to forge an alliance against the looming threat of the Persian Empire to the east. Aristotle, through his family connections, is likely the bridge in these negotiations. The philosopher is not just thinking about the stars. He is walking on the razor's edge of international espionage. He is safe for now, warmed by the sun of Assos and the love of Pythias. But he is living in a buffer zone between two colliding superpowers. The calm of Assos is the calm of the eye of the storm. He spends his days dissecting flowers and discussing politics with Hermias, unaware that the net is tightening. The Persians are watching. The great king in Susa does not look kindly on small tyrants who conspire with rising powers. But for this brief window of time, let us leave him there, standing on the cliffs of Assos, the wind tearing at his cloak, a scroll in one hand and the hand of his wife in the other, believing, perhaps naively, that a life of the mind can exist safely in a world of swords. He has left the academy behind, but the real test of his philosophy, whether it can withstand the brutality of fortune, is just beginning. The sea that separates the cliffs of Assos from the island of Lesbos is a narrow, glittering channel, no wider than a river in some places, yet crossing it feels like stepping from the mainland of history onto a floating dream. It is 345 BCE, or perhaps 344. The dates in the ancient record blur like watercolor in the rain, when Aristotle and his young wife, Pythias, board the vessel that will carry them to their new sanctuary. They are fleeing the gathering storm on the mainland, where the political intrigues of Hermias have made the air too hot to breathe. but they are also running towards something. For Aristotle, Lesbos is not just a refuge. It is a laboratory waiting to be unlocked. The island rises from the Aegean like a great green emerald, lush with chestnut forests, olive groves, and vineyards that produce wine famous enough to make even a Stoic poet smile. But Aristotle turns his back on the vineyards. He is drawn to the water. They settle near the town of Mytilene, but his true home is the lagoon of Pyrrha, a vast, shallow, landlocked bay in the center of the island. It is a place of profound stillness, where the water is so calm it mirrors the passing clouds perfectly, disturbing the reflection only when a heron strikes or a mullet jumps. Here begins the happiest, most tranquil chapter of Aristotle's life. It is a period often skipped over in the dusty summaries of his logic, yet it is here, knee-deep in the mud of the lagoon, that the scientist is truly born. Imagine the scene: the man who walked the marble halls of the academy, who debated the nature of the good with Plato, now stands in a marsh, his tunic hiked up, holding a bucket of seawater and staring intently at a sea urchin. To the local fishermen, he must look utterly absurd. They are men of survival, hauling nets to feed their families. He is a man of curiosity, hauling nets to feed his mind. One can picture the soft humor of their interactions. The grizzled fisherman handing Aristotle a slimy, writhing octopus and asking, with a bewildered grin, "You want to keep this, philosopher? You know you can't eat the beak, right?" And Aristotle, with infinite patience, nodding and paying good coin for the rubbish of the catch. He is discovering a world that Plato ignored. Plato thought the physical world was a degradation of the truth. Aristotle looks at a starfish and sees a masterpiece of engineering. He is not alone in this soggy, glorious quest. He has called upon a friend, a native of this island named Theophrastus. If Aristotle is the Sherlock Holmes of ancient science, Theophrastus is his Watson, loyal, brilliant, and possessed of a mind that complements the master's perfectly. While Aristotle is obsessed with the animal kingdom, the zoology of things that move and breathe, Theophrastus is obsessed with the plant kingdom. Together, they roam the island, a two-man university without walls. They hike the pine-forested hills, cataloging leaves and roots. They wade through the tidal pools, overturning rocks to see what scuttles away. It is a friendship forged in the joy of discovery. Historians still marvel at the sheer volume of data they collected here. In his later writings, Aristotle describes the anatomy of marine life with a precision that would not be matched for another 2,000 years. He notes how the dogfish nourishes its young inside the womb, a fact so strange that modern biologists didn't believe it until the 19th century proved him right. He tracks the life cycle of the gnat. He dissects the eye of a chameleon. He is drunk on the complexity of the living world. And in the evenings, he returns to Pythias. We know so little of her, this woman who captured the heart of the most logical man on earth. Yet the silence of history allows us to paint a gentle picture. She is the niece of a king, educated and noble, yet she shares this rustic exile with him. It is tempting and perhaps historically plausible to imagine her not just as a silent observer, but as a partner in his work. Did she help him sort the specimens? Did she sketch the intricate veins of a dissected leaf? In his will, written years later, Aristotle speaks of her with a tender reverence, requesting that her bones be moved to rest beside his, as she requested. This implies a bond of deep, enduring affection. In the quiet nights of Lesbos, with the sound of the sea shushing against the stones, they are a family. They have a daughter, also named Pythias, and the great philosopher finds himself in the role of a father, watching a human life grow, not from a textbook, but in his own arms. It validates everything he believes, that life is a process of becoming, of potential turning into reality. This island interlude is where Aristotle develops his revolutionary idea of telos, or purpose. As he studies the cuttlefish and the heron, he realizes that nothing in nature is random. The heron's beak is long in order to spear fish. The cuttlefish's ink is dark in order to hide it from predators. Nature does nothing in vain, he writes. It is a profound departure from the chaotic universe of earlier thinkers who saw only atoms colliding in the void. Aristotle sees a universe throbbing with intention. Every fin, every feather, every leaf has a job to do. He looks at the messy, smelly, chaotic biology of the lagoon and sees a beautiful, rational order. He famously invites his students, perhaps visiting friends from Athens, to examine the internal organs of a dissected animal. Seeing their disgust, he gently chides them, quoting Heraclitus, "Enter, for here too are gods." It is his way of saying that the divine is not just in the stars, it is in the guts of a snail. It is in the intricate, perfect structure of the smallest things. But the Edel of Lesbos is fragile. It is a bubble of peace floating on a sea of war. While Aristotle measures the legs of a bee, the world outside is sharpening its swords. News arrives from the mainland, carried by merchants and messengers, whispering of the fall of Hermias. The Persians have captured their friend, the philosopher king of Atanius. The details are grim. Hermias is dragged in chains to the Persian capital of Susa, tortured to reveal the secret treaties he made with Macedon. He reveals nothing. His last message, sent back to his friends before his execution, is a single sentence of defiant dignity. "Tell my friends and companions that I have done nothing weak or unworthy of philosophy." The news must shatter the peace of the lagoon like a stone thrown through a reflection. Aristotle is devastated. He writes a hymn in honor of Hermias, a dangerous thing to do, for it publicly aligns him with an enemy of Persia. The shadow of the great empires is lengthening, reaching even to this quiet island sanctuary. The death of Hermias is a bell tolling in the distance, signaling that the time of quiet research is ending. Aristotle realizes that he cannot hide in the reeds forever. He is a man of the world, connected to the great powers by blood and friendship. His reputation as the greatest mind of his generation has spread far beyond the academy. In the north, in the rugged, mountainous kingdom of Macedon, King Philip is looking for a tutor for his wild, brilliant, terrifying son. The king does not want a mystic, he wants a scientist. He wants the man who understands the world as it is. And so the summons comes. It is 343 BCE. The letter arrives, perhaps sealed with the royal lion of Macedon. It is an offer one cannot refuse, not if one values one's life, and certainly not if one values influence. Aristotle looks at his nets, his jars of specimens, the sun-dappled water of the Pyrrha lagoon, where he found the secrets of life. He knows he must leave. He packs his scrolls, his dried seahorses, and his grief for Hermias. He takes Pythias and Theophrastus. The calm, warm days of the island are over. The cold wind of the mountains is calling. He is trading the study of fish for the study of a prince who wishes to devour the world. Before we leave the tranquil shores of Lesbos to march into the ironclad world of kings and conquerors, we must linger one last moment in the workshop of the mind that Aristotle built by the water's edge. History often remembers the philosopher in a toga, standing in a marble hall. But for 2 blissful years, in the lagoon of Pyrrha, Aristotle's reality was far more tactile, pungent, and profoundly messy. To understand the lagoon's secrets, one must imagine a room that looks less like a library and more like a butcher's shop, crossed with an artist's studio. The air is heavy with the scent of vinegar used for preservation and the metallic tang of drying specimens. Tables are cluttered not with gold or fine pottery, but with the debris of the natural world, the shell of a sea urchin, the dried husk of a cicada, the dissected eye of a fish staring blankly at the ceiling. It is here, amidst the glorious clutter of life, that Aristotle commits his greatest act of intellectual rebellion. He decides that the physical world is not a lie. For decades, the voice of Plato had whispered that truth could only be found by closing one's eyes to the distractions of the earth and looking inward to the realm of mathematics. Aristotle opens his eyes wide. He begins a project of obsessive documentation that is staggering in its ambition. He intends to catalogue everything that lives. He organizes the chaos of the natural world into 2 great kingdoms: the blooded animals, which include mammals, birds, reptiles, and fish, and the bloodless animals, the cephalopods, insects, and crustaceans. It is the first time in human history that anyone has attempted to build a family tree for life itself. He writes furiously, his stylus scratching against the wax tablets, noting the way a gecko walks, the way a heron swallows, the way a bee dances. He is fascinated by the specific. He notes that dolphins are not fish because they breathe air and nurse their young, a fact that sailors knew, but philosophers had ignored. He observes that the octopus, when threatened, changes color to match the stones, a mechanism of survival that speaks of a cunning, adaptive intelligence. In this obsessive study, Aristotle stumbles upon a concept that will anchor his entire philosophy: the scala naturae, or the ladder of life. As he examines the sponge, he pauses. Is it a plant? It stays rooted to the rock. Is it an animal? It flinches when touched. He realizes that nature does not jump. It flows. There is a gradual ascent from the lifeless stone to the vegetative soul of the plant, which grows and reproduces, to the sensitive soul of the animal, which feels pain and desire, and finally, to the rational soul of the human, capable of logic and wonder. This is not just biology. It is a spiritual geography. It means that we are connected to the mud. The soul is not a ghost trapped in a machine as Plato thought, but the form of the body, the animating principle that makes the thing what it is. To understand the soul, Aristotle realizes, you must understand the body that houses it. You cannot know the music if you do not understand the lyre. Yet, even a genius is a prisoner of his time, and the lagoon's secrets are not without their errors, mistakes that are almost endearing in their humanity. As he watches the beehives, observing the complex social structure of the colony, he marvels at their discipline and loyalty to the central leader. He calls this leader the king bee, projecting his own patriarchal world onto the insect kingdom. It will take centuries for science to realize that the king is actually a queen, and the worker bees are her daughters. Historians and biologists today look at these errors not with scorn, but with a gentle nod of recognition. Aristotle was working without a microscope, without a reference library, without a predecessor. He was mapping a continent while walking in the dark with a single candle. The wonder is not that he got some things wrong, but that he got so much right. His description of the hectocotyle arm of the cephalopod, a reproductive organ, was dismissed as a fable for 2,000 years, until modern marine biologists rediscovered it and realized Aristotle had seen what no one else had bothered to look for. There is a quiet, sensory intimacy to these days that feels miles away from the grand sweep of history. Imagine him sitting with Theophrastus as the sun sets over the lagoon, the water turning the color of wine. They are debating the nature of the wind or the cause of earthquakes, their hands stained with ink and earth. Aristotle is learning to listen to the world. He is developing the patience of the hunter. He learns that truth is shy. It hides in the details. He realizes that to understand the universal, you must first love the particular. You cannot understand justice until you understand why a wolf pack shares its kill. You cannot understand beauty until you understand the symmetry of a flower's petals. The abstract concepts that Plato worshipped are, for Aristotle, rooted in the soil. They grow out of the ground, fed by the rain and the sun. But the secrets of the lagoon are not just for the scrolls. They are a preparation. Aristotle does not know it yet, but he is sharpening a weapon. The method he is forging, this relentless drive to observe, to categorize, to find the cause and the purpose, is the very tool he will need to survive his next assignment. He is about to be thrown into a den of lions. The young prince he has been summoned to teach is a force of nature, wild, brilliant, and untamed. Alexander is not a sea urchin to be dissected or a plant to be catalogued. He is a storm. And to teach a storm, one needs more than poetry. One needs a system. Aristotle's biology has taught him that every creature has a telos, a purpose toward which it strives. The acorn strives to become the oak. The kitten strives to become the cat. What, he wonders, does the son of a king strive to become? The packing begins. The specimens are carefully wrapped in linen and straw. The scrolls, now numbering in the dozens, are placed in leather cases. The gentle rhythm of island life, the waking with the sun, the wading in the water, the quiet evenings with Pythias, is broken by the chaotic noise of departure. The summons from King Philip was polite, but it was an order. "Come to Pella," it said, effectively. "Teach my son." Aristotle looks around his workshop one last time. He sees the dried starfish on the table, a silent star that guided him to a new way of thinking. He leaves the lagoon, but he takes the water with him. He takes the fluidity, the adaptability, the understanding that life is a constant struggle for form. He is leaving the world of the bloodless animals to enter the world of the most blooded creature of all, the Macedonian warlord. The ship awaits in the harbor of Mytilene. The sails are hoisted, snapping in the wind like the crack of a whip. Aristotle steps aboard, his eyes fixed on the northern horizon, where the mountains of Macedon rise like jagged teeth against the sky. He is 41 years old. He is the master of knowledge, sailing to meet the master of the world. The lagoon falls behind him, guarding its secrets once more. as the philosopher turns his face toward the wolf. The wind that rolls down from the snowy peaks of Mount Olympus is not like the gentle, time-scented breeze of the Aegean. It is a biting physical force that cuts through wool cloaks and rattles the bones. A constant reminder that in the north the earth is harder, the winters are longer, and life is fought for, not given. As Aristotle travels inland from the coast in 343 BCE, the landscape shifts dramatically from the olive groves of the philosopher to the timber forests of the warrior. He is entering the kingdom of Macedon, a land that the refined Athenians sneer at as semi-barbarous, a place where men drink their wine undiluted, a shocking breach of etiquette to a Greek, and where disagreements are settled with spears rather than syllogisms. Aristotle rides in a carriage, perhaps accompanied by the loyal Theophrastus, watching the scenery darken. He is returning to the land of his birth, yet he returns as a stranger. He left as a boy. He returns as the most famous intellect in the Mediterranean, summoned by the most dangerous man in the world. The destination is Pella, the royal capital. Unlike Athens, with its ancient winding streets and democratic chaos, Pella is a grid of wide avenues and massive palaces, a city built on new money and blood. It is a statement of power carved into the mud of the river plain. As the carriage rumbles through the monumental gates, the atmosphere is heavy with the scent of wet horses, wood smoke, and the metallic tang of an army constantly sharpening its iron. This is the wolf's den. The court of King Philip II is not a symposium of polite debate. It is a riotous, dangerous theater of testosterone and ambition. Philip himself is a figure of terrifying charisma, a man who has lost an eye in battle, walks with a limp from a spear wound, and carries the scars of a dozen wars like a map of his conquests on his skin. When Aristotle is finally ushered into the great Megaron, the throne room painted with scenes of lion hunts, he meets a king who is equal parts diplomat and butcher. Philip is boisterous, likely drunk, for the Macedonians drink with a legendary self-destructive intensity, and deceptively brilliant. He greets Aristotle not with the distant reverence of a student, but with the hearty slap on the back of a patron who has just bought a very expensive prize racehorse. "Welcome, son of Nicomachus," one imagines him roaring, his single eye gleaming with a mixture of warmth and calculation. "I hear you know everything. Let us see if you can teach a boy who thinks he knows better." There is a historical tension here that vibrates in the air. Why did Philip choose Aristotle? Historians still argue whether this was purely an academic decision or a political maneuver. Some suggest that Philip wanted to keep Aristotle as a hostage to ensure the loyalty of Hermias and the pro-Macedonian factions in Asia Minor. Others believe Philip simply wanted the best, and in the ancient world, the best meant the student of Plato. But there is a deeper reason. Philip knows that his son, Alexander, is a wildfire, brilliant, volatile, and terrifyingly ambitious. The boy needs a harness. He needs a mind strong enough to earn his respect, not just a sycophant to polish his ego. Philip has conquered Greece with a new kind of army, the phalanx, armed with the sarissa, an 18-foot pike that acts as a moving wall of death. He has modernized warfare. Now he wants to modernize his son's mind. For Aristotle, standing in his fine Athenian robes amidst the wolfskins and heavy gold talks of the Macedonian generals, the danger is palpable. One wrong word, one perceived insult to the royal dignity, and the philosopher could disappear. The court is a snake pit of jealous courtiers, discarded wives, and ambitious generals, all vying for the king's favor. Aristotle must navigate this with the cool detachment of a biologist observing a pack of predators. He watches the revelry, the shouting, the spilling of wine, and he maintains his composure. He is the reader in a room of shouters. He brings a quiet dignity that unsettles the rough warriors. He does not drink the unmixed wine. He speaks in complete sentences. He is the emissary of reason in the hall of passion. But Philip does not intend for Aristotle to teach Alexander here, in the noisy, distraction-filled capital where political assassins lurk behind every pillar. No, the king decides. You will not stay in Pella. The boy needs quiet. The boy needs the Nymphaeum. He assigns them a retreat at Mieza, a sanctuary in the foothills, known as the Gardens of Midas. It is a clever move. It isolates the prince from his mother, the intense and mystical Olympias, and places him entirely in Aristotle's sphere of influence. It is a transfer of custody from the parents of the blood to the parent of the mind. Before they depart for Mieza, however, there is likely a moment where Aristotle first lays eyes on his charge. Alexander is 13 years old. He is small for his age, fair-haired, with eyes that are said to be two different colors, one dark as night, one blue as the sky, a physiological oddity known as heterochromia that the ancients took as a mark of the divine. He does not look at the ground like the shy students of the academy. He looks straight at you, with an intensity that is almost uncomfortable. He is already a legend in the making, the boy who tamed the untamable horse Bucephalus when all of Philip's generals failed. He is vibrant, explosive, and hungry. Aristotle, the man who categorizes sea urchins and defines the syllogism, looks at this wild blonde creature and sees the ultimate challenge. Can philosophy tame a tempest? Can logic restrain a god? The contract is sealed. Philip provides Aristotle with a generous salary, and according to legend, agrees to rebuild Aristotle's hometown of Stagira, which he had previously destroyed in a campaign, releasing its enslaved citizens and restoring its walls. It is the highest tuition fee in history, a city for a mind. The carriage is packed again. The scrolls are secured. They leave the heavy, smoky atmosphere of Pella behind, ascending toward the lush green gardens of Mieza. The wolf has handed over the cub. The experiment begins. As the city gates close behind him, Aristotle must feel a strange mixture of relief and trepidation. He has survived the court of Philip, but now he faces a task that is perhaps even more impossible. Teaching moderation to a boy whose very soul craves excess. The road winds upward, through orchards of peaches and pears, toward a stone schoolhouse built near sacred caves, where the water drips from the rocks, like the ticking of a clock, counting down the years before the boy becomes the king. The Nymphaeum at Mieza is a place that seems designed by the gods for the cultivation of the soul. Imagine a landscape of lush, hanging vines, limestone caves that breathe cool air even in the heat of summer, and stone benches carved directly into the rock face, worn smooth by the shifting weight of young noblemen. It is here, in this green cathedral of the mind, that the lion meets the scholar. The year is 343 BCE, and for the next 3 years, this secluded grove becomes the center of the intellectual world, though only a handful of people know it. Aristotle sits on the stone bench, seats that you can still visit today in modern Nausa, surrounded not just by Alexander, but by the royal pages, the sons of Macedonian generals. Among them are boys whose names will one day be stamped on coins and shouted across battlefields. Ptolemy, who will rule Egypt, Cassander, who will build cities, and Hephaestion, the taller, darker shadow who sits closest to the prince, bound to him by a love that mimics the heroic friendship of Achilles and Patroclus. But for now, they are just teenagers, legs twitching with excess energy, listening to a man with a lisp explain why the earth is a sphere and why a tyrant is the worst form of ruler. Aristotle does not treat them like children. He treats them like future kings. He unpacks the scrolls of the Iliad, the great epic of the Trojan War, but he does not teach it merely as a story of swords and blood. He teaches it as a manual of conduct. He prepares a special, annotated edition of the poem for Alexander, a scroll that the prince will treasure so deeply he will eventually sleep with it under his pillow, alongside a dagger. There is a profound, vibrating tension in these lessons. Aristotle is preaching the doctrine of the golden mean, the idea that virtue lies in the balanced center between two extremes. Courage, he explains, is the perfect balance between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity is the balance between stinginess and wastefulness. He looks at Alexander, whose blue and black eyes burn with an intensity that frightens even his father, and tries to instill the concept of sophrosin, moderation, self-control, the cooling of the blood. But Alexander is not built for the middle. He is built for the edges. When Aristotle speaks of the prudent man who avoids danger, Alexander lightly shifts impatiently, his mind already galloping toward the horizon. He identifies not with the wise, cautious Odysseus, but with Achilles, the glorious doomed hero who chose a short life of eternal fame over a long life of obscurity. Historians still argue whether Aristotle failed in his task here. Did he try to break a stallion that could only be ridden? Or did he secretly admire the sheer, terrifying potential of the boy? There is a story, perhaps apocryphal but revealing, that Alexander once asked his teacher what he would do if he were king. Aristotle replied, "I would not be king." It is a chasm of temperament. One man wants to understand the universe, the other wants to own it. Yet, despite this friction, a deep intellectual bond forms. Aristotle feeds Alexander's hunger for knowledge with the same rigor he applied to the biology of Lesbos. They discuss medicine, and years later, Alexander will be known to prescribe treatments for his sick friends, confident in the lessons learned in the caves of Mieza. They discuss geography, staring at maps of the known world, which ends abruptly at the Indus River. Aristotle tells him of the ocean that encircles the earth, of the strange beasts in India, of the pillars of Hercules. He expands the boy's mind until it is too large for the kingdom of Macedon. He teaches him that Greeks are free men, meant to be persuaded by reason, while barbarians, non-Greeks, are naturally servile, meant to be ruled by force. It is a harsh, chauvinistic lesson, one that Alexander will later famously reject when he tries to fuse the cultures of East and West, proving that, in some ways, the student eventually outgrew the teacher's prejudices. But for now, Aristotle gives him the intellectual armor of Greek superiority. He tells him, "You are the son of Achilles and Heracles. Act like it." He sharpens the boy's logic, teaching him to dissect an argument as effectively as he cuts a knot. The mornings at Mieza are spent on these heavy subjects: ethics, politics, rhetoric. But the afternoons are likely spent walking. The peripatetic style of teaching, learning while moving, perhaps finds its roots here, on the shaded paths of the gardens. They walk through the orchards, Aristotle stopping to point out the veining of a leaf or the behavior of a stag beetle. He teaches Alexander to look, to not just see, he might whisper, observe. He instills a scientific curiosity that will never leave the conqueror. Even in the middle of his brutal campaigns in Asia, Alexander will send back specimens, strange plants, exotic animals, to his old tutor in Athens, a tribute from the edge of the world to the man who taught him to name it. It is a touching detail, the warlord remembering the biologist. It suggests that beneath the armor, a part of Alexander remained the curious boy from the caves of Mieza. Soft humor surely punctuated these days. One can imagine the dry wit of Aristotle cutting through the teenage bravado of the pages. When Hephaestion struggles with a complex syllogism, perhaps Aristotle remarks, "My dear boy, logic is like a sandal. You cannot force it to fit if the foot is too big." When Alexander boasts that he will conquer 10,000 miles, perhaps Aristotle gently replies, "Let us first conquer the conjugation of this verb, and then we shall see about the miles." It is a golden twilight of innocence. They are shielded from the brutal politics of Bella, existing in a bubble of pure potential. But bubbles are made to burst. The outside world is not sleeping. King Philip is preparing for the final siege that will break the back of Greek resistance. He needs his heir. In 340 BCE, the summons comes again, but this time it is not for a student. It is for a regent. Philip is marching to besiege Byzantium, and he leaves the 16-year-old Alexander in charge of Macedon. The school doors swing shut. The scrolls are rolled up. The stone benches are left empty, to be reclaimed by the moss and the silence. The transition is abrupt and violent. Alexander trades his stylus for a sword. Almost immediately, a Thracian tribe, the Maidi, revolts, thinking the boy regent is weak. Alexander does not send for Aristotle to ask for advice on the golden mean. He marches the army north, crushes the rebellion, drives the survivors out, repopulates the town with a mix of populations, and renames it, not after a god or his father, but after himself, Alexandropolis. It is his first city. It is the first echo of the thunder that will roll across the world. Aristotle must watch this transformation with a mixture of pride and dread. He has sharpened the blade, polished the steel, and balanced the hilt. Now the sword is drawn, and it is hungry. The philosopher packs his things once more. His job at Mieza is done. He has tutored the whirlwind. Now he must step back and watch it spin, knowing that no logic on earth can predict where it will strike. He returns to his family home in Stagira, rebuilt by Philip as promised, a wealthy man, a honored sage, but perhaps feeling the distinct chill of a teacher who realizes that his student has learned everything except when to stop. The world turns on a hinge of iron. It is 338 BCE, and on the plains of Cheronea, the sun sets on the age of the independent Greek city-state. The phalanxes of King Philip, with the 18-year-old Alexander leading the cavalry charge on the left wing, have smashed the combined forces of Athens and Thebes. The sacred band of Thebes lies dead in the dust. The rhetoric of Demosthenes is silenced by the Sarissa. For the Athenians, this is the apocalypse, the end of liberty. But for Aristotle, watching from his estate in Stagira, Or perhaps, still traveling in the north, it is the victory of order over chaos. The unification of Greece, which Isocrates had dreamed of and Demosthenes had feared, is now a reality forged in blood. But history, like a Greek tragedy, does not allow the victor to rest. Just 2 years later, in 336 BCE, during a grand wedding celebration at the ancient capital of Ege, an assassin's dagger flashes from beneath a cloak. King Philip, the one-eyed lion, the builder of the state, falls dead in the theater. In the ensuing pandemonium, the 20-year-old Alexander is acclaimed king. The boy Aristotle, taught in the quiet caves of Mysa, is now the master of the peninsula, and soon the invader of Asia. In the wake of this seismic shift, the tectonic plates of Aristotle's own life realign. Alexander, preparing for his great crusade against Persia, has no need of a tutor. He needs generals, logisticians, and seers. He effectively cuts the cord, but he leaves his old teacher with a final magnificent gift: protection. With Athens now firmly under the Macedonian boot, it is safe, or at least safer, for Aristotle to return. And so, in 335 BCE, nearly 12 years after he walked out of the city in mourning and frustration, Aristotle walks back in. He is 49 years old. His hair is thinning, his beard is lightly trimmed short in the Macedonian style, and his eyes hold the calm confidence of a man who has seen the courts of kings and the depths of the sea. He brings with him not just his wife Pythias and their daughter, but a retinue of assistants, a library that is the envy of the world, and a substantial amount of Macedonian gold. He returns to the city of the Violet Crown, not as a supplicant, but as an intellectual conqueror. But where to go? The academy, his old home, is still there, nestled in its olive grove, but it is now run by Xenocrates, a dear friend but a staunch Platonist who spends his days contemplating the mystic properties of the number 3. Aristotle cannot go back. You cannot fit an oak tree back into an acorn. He needs a new soil. He finds it just outside the city walls, to the east, in a grove dedicated to Apollo Lycaeus, Apollo, the wolf god. The site is a public gymnasium, a place where young men have trained for wrestling and warfare for generations. It is sweaty, dusty, and alive with the energy of the body. It is perfect. Here, amidst the thud of landing bodies and the scraping of strigils, Aristotle rents a few buildings. As a metic, he still cannot buy the land, and establishes his own school. He calls it the Lyceum. If the academy was a temple, the Lyceum is a laboratory. From the very first day, the atmosphere is different. There is no entrance exam requiring geometry. There is no vow of silence. The Lyceum is porous, open to the world. It is situated near a peripatos, a covered colonnade or walkway provided for the public. It is here that Aristotle begins his famous habit of teaching while walking. Picture him, draped in a fine cloak, pacing back and forth along the colonnade, a trail of students struggling to keep up with his stride and his logic. This habit gives his followers their name, the Peripatetics, the wanderers, or those who walk around. It is a fitting title for a philosophy that refuses to sit still, that demands we go out and meet the world rather than waiting for it to come to us. The founding of the Lyceum marks the beginning of the first great scientific institute in Western history. Aristotle is not just a teacher here, he is a research director. He organizes his students like a gentle army. You, he might say to one group, collect the constitutions of 158 different cities. You, to another, Track the history of dramatic competitions at the Dionysia. And you, to the muddy-looking ones, go back to the harbor and find me more cuttlefish. He is building a massive encyclopedic database of reality. The Lyceum quickly fills with maps, anatomical diagrams, and shelves of scrolls. It is said that Alexander, currently burning his way through Turkey, sends his old tutor a fortune, 800 talents, a sum so staggering it could fund an army to support this work. Historians debate the exact amount, but the scale of the operation is undeniable. Aristotle is the first man to professionalize knowledge. He invents the concept of the department. Here is the botanical section. Here is the historical archive. Here is the Museum of Natural History. There is a delicious irony in the location. The school is dedicated to the wolf god Apollo, the protector of the flock, who is also the predator. Aristotle, the friend of the Macedonian wolves, is now teaching in the wolf's sanctuary. The Athenians, who still seethe with resentment against Macedonian rule, watch him with suspicion. To them, he is a collaborator, a spy, the friend of the tyrant. Aristotle walks a delicate line. He must teach the truth while navigating the minefield of Athenian pride. He does this by focusing on the universal. He does not teach Macedonian propaganda. He teaches logic, physics, and ethics. Neutral grounds where a Greek and a Macedonian can meet without drawing swords. He keeps his head down and his mind open. He knows that his safety depends entirely on the distant success of his former student. As long as Alexander wins, Aristotle can teach. If Alexander falls, the wolves of Athens will come for the philosopher. But inside the walls of the Lyceum, the mood is electric. For the first time, there is a clear division of the day. In the mornings, the achromatic lectures, advanced technical discussions meant only for the inner circle of serious students. Here, they dive into the deep waters of logic and metaphysics, struggling with the hardest questions of existence. In the afternoons, the exoteric lectures, open to the public, focusing on rhetoric and politics. The citizens of Athens wander in, perhaps initially, just to heckle the Macedonian's pet, but they stay, captivated by the clarity of his speech. He does not weave myths like Plato. He dissects problems. He starts with what is said, the common opinions, the endoxa, and refines them until the truth shines through. He respects the common sense of the crowd, even as he corrects it. He is the professor who tells you that you are almost right, and then shows you why you are wrong. The establishment of the Lyceum is the moment Aristotle truly becomes Aristotle. He is no longer the shadow of Plato or the tutor of Alexander. He is the master of his own house. He plants trees in the garden, sycamores and planes, that will shade the discussions of philosophers for centuries. He creates a schedule, a curriculum, a library catalogue. He is laying the plumbing for Western education. Every university lecture hall, every syllabus, every doctoral thesis owes its DNA to this rented gymnasium next to a wrestling pit. The sun filters through the leaves of the plane trees, dappling the stone floor of the colonnade. Aristotle stops pacing. He turns to his students, his face illuminated by a shaft of light. "We have spoken enough of what others think," he says, his voice soft but firm. "Now, let us look at what is." He unrolls a fresh scroll. The ink is wet. The world is waiting to be written. The morning sun slants through the pillars of the colonnade, casting long, rhythmic shadows across the packed earth of the walkway. It is a few years after the founding of the Lyceum, and the school has settled into a rhythm that mimics the heartbeat of its founder. If you were to stand quietly by one of the sycamore trees, you would hear a sound that defines this new era of philosophy. Not the scratch of a lonely stylus, nor the chanting of a mystic choir, but the steady communal crunch of sandals on gravel. This is the peripatos, the walk. To understand Aristotle's philosophy, you must understand his feet. Plato believed that to find truth, the body had to be stilled, silenced, and eventually transcended so the mind could float free. Aristotle believes that the mind is tethered to the body, and that the rhythm of the body can drive the rhythm of thought. He teaches in motion. He paces the length of the colonnade, his hands moving as he speaks, his students flanking him like a moving phalanx of intellect. When he turns at the end of the path, the students turn with him, a fluid dance of inquiry. They are not just listening, they are keeping pace. This creates a distinct energy. You cannot sleep while walking. You cannot drift into a trance while navigating a turn. The peripatetic method keeps the mind alert, grounded in the physical world. It is said that Aristotle divides his day into two distinct walks, a schedule that separates the casual from the committed. The morning walk is for the initiates, the inner circle. Here the air is cool, the crowds are absent, and the subjects are difficult. They discuss physics, the nature of the soul, and the thorny problems of logic. This is where the heavy lifting is done, where definitions are hammered out on the anvil of debate. If you are walking in the morning, you are expected to contribute, to challenge, to pull your weight. Then, as the day heats up and the shadows shorten, comes the evening walk. This is the open door. The gates are thrown wide to the citizens of Athens, the politicians, the poets, the curious merchants. Here, the talk shifts to rhetoric, politics, and ethics, subjects that touch the daily life of the city. Aristotle becomes the public intellectual, teaching men how to speak well in the assembly, how to manage a household, how to appreciate a tragedy. He is democratizing wisdom, handing it out in the late afternoon light. But the Lyceum is more than just a walking tour. It is a machine for living together. Aristotle knows that philosophy is not a solitary pursuit. It is a friendship of the mind. To structure this, he introduces rules for the Syssidia, the communal meals. In the academy, meals might have been somber affairs or wild symposiums depending on the company. But in the Lyceum, dinner is part of the curriculum. Aristotle appoints a ruler of the table, an archon, from among the students. This position rotates every 10 days. The student archon is responsible for the discipline of the meal, ensuring the food is shared fairly, the wine is mixed properly, and the conversation remains elevated. It is a brilliant stroke of pedagogy. By forcing his students to govern the dinner table, he is training them to govern cities. He is teaching them that order is not imposed from above by a king, but created from within by citizens. One can imagine the gentle teasing as a new, nervous student takes his turn as archon, perhaps fumbling the ladle or calling for silence too timidly, while Aristotle watches with a benevolent eye, sipping his wine and observing the microcosm of the state unfolding over a bowl of lentil stew. Surrounding this social core is the physical skeleton of the school, the library. We must pause to appreciate the magnitude of this innovation. Before Aristotle, libraries were mostly piles of scrolls in a temple basement or a tyrant's private chest. Aristotle creates the first systematic, organized collection of knowledge in Europe. He is the first man to treat books not just as treasures, but as tools. He organizes them by subject. Histories here, anatomies there, astronomies on the high shelf. He teaches his students to use them, to cross-reference, to check their facts. This collection becomes legendary. Strabo, the geographer, later writes that Aristotle was the first who collected books and taught the kings in Egypt how to arrange a library. The great library of Alexandria, the wonder of the ancient world, will eventually be built by Aristotle's student, Demetrius of Phalerum, on the model of the Lyceum's collection. Every time we walk into a modern library and see books arranged by the Dewey Decimal System, or type a query into a search engine to retrieve a specific file, we are walking in the ghostly footsteps of the peripatetics. The atmosphere of the Lyceum is one of intense, buzzing curiosity. It is a museum in the original sense, a mouseion, a temple of the muses. But these muses are not just singing songs, they are counting teeth. Students arrive from all corners of the Greek world, bringing gifts of data. A student returning from the Black Sea brings reports of the freezing tides. Another, from the comedic theatre, brings a list of every play that won first prize for the last 100 years. They are compiling the Didascaliae, a massive database of theatre history. They are compiling the constitutions, a comparative study of 158 forms of government. It is the first time in history that research becomes a collective noun. Aristotle is the conductor of this orchestra, weaving thousands of disparate facts into a single, coherent symphony of understanding. He hangs anatomical diagrams on the walls of the lecture hall, drawings of dissected animals so that students can see the internal organs without the mess. He uses visual aids. He is practical. Yet, amidst all this walking, eating, and cataloging, a problem arises. The sheer volume of information is overwhelming. How do you manage it? How do you know if the report from the Black Sea is true? How do you connect the anatomy of a fish to the politics of a city? How do you stop the arguments during the morning walk from descending into chaotic shouting matches where the loudest voice wins? Aristotle realizes that having facts is not enough. You need a way to process them. You need a tool to separate valid arguments from invalid ones, just as a wheat thresher separates the grain from the chaff. He looks at his students, bright, eager, but often sloppy in their thinking, and sees the need for a new invention. They have the bricks, the data, but they lack the mortar, the method. As the sun sets on the Lyceum, painting the sycamore leaves in shades of gold and bronze, the students disperse, their heads buzzing with the day's debates. Aristotle retires to his private study, perhaps lighting a simple oil lamp. He sits at his desk, rubbing his calves which ache from the miles walked that day. He picks up his stylus. He is about to engage in his most technical, dry, and revolutionary work. He is going to define how thinking works. He is going to build a ladder of logic, a structure so sturdy that it will hold up the weight of Western science for 2,000 years. The data is safe in the library. The dinner dishes are washed. Now, in the quiet of the lamplit room, the master must forge the key that unlocks it all. The oil lamp on Aristotle's desk burns low, casting a warm, flickering circle of light against the deepening shadows of the library. Outside, the crickets of Athens are singing their chaotic, rhythmic song, but inside, the philosopher is seeking a different kind of rhythm, a rhythm of the mind that is silent, perfect, and unbreakable. He is alone. The students have gone to their beds. The arguments of the day have faded into the air, and Aristotle is left with a nagging dissatisfaction. He has spent his life listening to men argue. He has heard politicians in the assembly use beautiful words to justify terrible wars. He has heard sophists in the marketplace prove that black is white for a fee. He has seen that truth, in the hands of a skilled speaker, can be twisted like soft clay. This troubles him deeply. If there is no standard, no ruler against which to measure the straightness of a thought, then all his work, the biology, the politics, the ethics, is built on sand. He needs a foundation. He needs a way to freeze thought, to strip away the emotional varnish of rhetoric and see the bare bones of the argument underneath. And so, in the quiet of these late nights, Aristotle invents a new machine. It is not made of gears or pulleys, but of words and structure. He calls it analytics, but history will know it as logic. He begins by doing something no one has ever done before. He treats language like mathematics. He realizes that the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the specific subject matter, whether you're talking about horses, stars, or gods, but on the form of the argument itself. To prove this, he introduces variables. He replaces the messy nouns of the world with clean neutral letters, A, B, and C. It is a moment of breathtaking abstraction. Suddenly, he is not just arguing about a specific tyrant in a specific city. He is arguing about the relationship between tyrant and justice universally. He is building the algebra of human thought. And at the center of this new system, he places his masterpiece, the syllogism. The word comes from syllogismos, meaning a gathering together, or a conclusion. It is a three-step structure that acts like a trap for truth. If you step into the premises, you cannot escape the conclusion. Imagine him scratching the first example onto a wax tablet, the stylus moving with precision. All humans are mortal. This is the major premise, a universal truth accepted by all. Socrates is human. This is the minor premise, a specific fact. The mind naturally, inevitably, rushes to the third step. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It clicks shut like a lock. The conclusion is not a guess. It is a necessity. Aristotle stares at the wax. It seems simple, perhaps even obvious to us now. But in the 4th century BCE, it is a revelation. He has discovered that truth has a shape. If the structure is valid, all A are B, C is A. Therefore, C is B. And the premises are true, the conclusion must be true. It does not matter if you are angry or eloquent or weeping, the logic holds. He has found a way to bypass the frailty of human emotion. He has built a ladder where each rung is guaranteed to hold your weight, allowing the mind to climb safely from the known to the unknown. But Aristotle does not stop with the simple syllogism. He becomes the taxidermist of arguments, classifying them into figures and moods, determining which combinations work and which do not. He identifies the fallacies, the tricks and traps that look like logic but are actually nonsense. He warns against the straw man, the begging of the question, the appeal to emotion. He is handing his students a shield to protect them from manipulation. Later scholars will collect these writings into a single volume called the organon, meaning the instrument or the tool. And indeed, it is the ultimate tool. For the next 2000 years, every student in the West, from medieval monks in stone cells to Victorian schoolboys in stiff collars, will learn to think using Aristotle's tool. They will memorize his moods, Barbara, Celarent, Dari, chanting them like magic spells to ward off error. He effectively writes the operating system of the Western mind. Deep within this system lies a principle so fundamental that Aristotle calls it the most certain of all principles, the law of non-contradiction. He argues that a thing cannot both be and not be at the same time and in the same respect. It is impossible, he writes, for the same attribute at once to belong and not to belong to the same thing and in the same relation. You cannot be both alive and dead. The cup cannot be both full and empty. This is the bedrock of reality. Without this rule, words lose their meaning. If cat can also mean not cat, then we can never say anything true. Aristotle anchors his logic in the firm soil of existence. He rejects the relativism that says truth is whatever you feel it is. No, he says, reality is stable. It resists us. And because it is stable, we can know it. This invention of logic changes the atmosphere of the Lyceum. The debates during the morning walk become sharper, cleaner. Students can no longer hide behind flowery language. Aristotle demands the premises. Show me your syllogism becomes the challenge. It separates science from poetry. It allows them to trust their conclusions about the natural world. If they know that all fish breathe water and they find a new creature that breathes air, they can logically conclude this creature is not a fish. It gives them the confidence to classify the chaos of the lagoon. It turns the Lyceum from a collection of curious men into a powerhouse of deduction. They are no longer just gathering shells. They are building a cathedral of knowledge, stone by logical stone. Yet, there is a softness to this rigor. Aristotle knows that logic is not the whole of life. He knows it cannot capture the nuance of a joke, the pain of a heartbreak, or the beauty of a sunset. It is a tool for finding truth, not for creating art. But he believes that without this skeleton, the body of thought would collapse into a shapeless jelly. As the oil in his lamp finally runs dry and the wick sputters into smoke, Aristotle rubs his eyes. The work is done. He has given humanity a way to check its own work. He has created a mirror in which reason can look at itself and see if it is straight. He pushes the wax tablet aside, leaving the syllogism etched there, a small, perfect equation in the darkness. He stands up, stretching his back, ready to sleep. But the mind he has awakened will never truly sleep again. He has built the ladder. Now he must use it to climb out of the realm of words and into the realm of things, to categorize the very furniture of the universe. The sun rises higher over the Lyceum, burning off the morning mist that clings to the river Ilissos. Aristotle stands in the center of the gymnasium, but he is not looking at the sky, nor at the trees. He is staring at a simple bronze statue of a discus thrower, a common decoration in an Athenian gym. To the students passing by, it is just a piece of metal, a backdrop to their sweat and struggle. But to Aristotle, it is a mystery waiting to be solved. He walks around it, tapping his knuckles against the cold, hollow bronze. He is asking the most fundamental question a human being can ask. A question so simple it sounds childish, yet so deep it anchors all philosophy. What is this? For his old teacher Plato, the answer would have been dismissive. That, Plato would have said, is a shadow, a poor copy of the form of the athlete, which exists in heaven. Plato wanted to look through the statue to find the truth. Aristotle refuses. He wants to look at it. He believes the truth is right here, in the bronze, in the shape, in the weight. But to understand it, he realizes he needs a new language, a way to cut reality into manageable slices. He cannot just say it is. He needs to say how it is. And so, he begins to develop the categories, a system that acts like a set of shelves for the entire universe. Imagine him lecturing to his students, pointing at the statue. To describe this thing fully, he explains, we must answer 10 specific questions. He counts them off on his fingers. First, what is it? It is a statue. This is its substance. Second, how big is it? It is 6 feet tall. This is quantity. Third, what is it like? It is bronze and shiny. This is quality. Fourth, where is it? In the Lyceum. This is place. He goes on, listing time, position, state, action, affection. It seems like a mundane list, perhaps even bureaucratic, but it is a revolutionary act of housekeeping. Aristotle is cleaning up the mess of existence. He is saying that reality is not a soup, it is a structure. Every single thing you can see, touch, or imagine fits into one of these boxes. He has created the filing cabinet of the cosmos. But the most important drawer in this cabinet is the first one, substance, or ousia. This is the thisness of a thing. A color cannot exist floating in the air. Red needs an apple or a cloak to rest upon. A size cannot exist alone. 6 feet needs a wall or a man to measure. But a man, a horse, a statue, these things exist in themselves. They are the anchors of reality. Aristotle teaches his students to respect the individual thing, the primary substance. This specific horse, Bucephalus, is more real to him than the abstract idea of horseness. It is a profound validation of the world we live in. It tells the students that the things they love, their dogs, their homes, their friends, are not illusions. They are the bedrock of what is real. As he taps the bronze statue again, a hollow ringing sound vibrates through the air. This leads him to a deeper duality, one that will dominate Western thought for centuries: matter and form. Look at this, he says, tracing the curve of the discus thrower's arm. It is made of bronze. That is its matter, the stuff, the potential. But if I melted it down into a puddle, it would still be bronze, but it would no longer be a statue. What makes it a statue is its shape, its design, its structure. That is its form. Aristotle argues that in the physical world, you can never find matter without form, or form without matter. They are locked in an eternal embrace. You cannot have a shape of a statue without some material to hold it, and you cannot have bronze without it taking some shape or another, even if it is just a blob. This is hylomorphism, from the Greek hyle, wood or matter, and morpher, shape. It is a beautiful, sensuous way of seeing the world. It means the soul is not a ghost trapped in a machine, but the form of the body, the organizing principle that makes the meat and bone into a living man. The wax and the seal are one. You cannot peel the impression off the wax. They are distinct in thought, but inseparable in reality. But Aristotle sees a problem. If the world is just matter and form, how does it move? How does it change? Parmenides, an ancient philosopher whose ghost haunts the Lyceum, had argued that change is impossible. because something cannot come from nothing. Aristotle accepts the challenge. He looks at the acorn in his hand, and then up at the towering oak tree shading the colonnade. How did the little hard nut become the sprawling giant? It didn't just appear, it became. To explain this, Aristotle introduces his most dynamic concept: potentiality, dynamis, and actuality, energeia. The acorn, he tells his students, is not an oak tree yet, but it is not nothing. It is a potential oak tree. It has the power, the programmed destiny, to become the tree. When it grows, it is not magic. It is the realization of that potential. It is actualizing. Suddenly, the whole world comes alive with motion. The block of marble in the sculptor's workshop is a potential statue. The sculptor's chisel releases its actuality. The sleeping student in the back of the class is a potential mathematician. The lesson is trying to wake him up into actuality. Aristotle portrays the universe not as a static painting, but as a vast process of striving. Everything is trying to be fully itself. The fire rises because it wants to reach its natural place in the sky. The rock falls because it yearns for the earth. The child grows because it seeks the form of the adult. It is a universe of desire, where matter is constantly hungry for form. This vision of reality is comforting, sturdy, and optimistic. It suggests that change is not chaotic destruction, but a purposeful journey toward completion. When a flower blooms, it is succeeding. When a boy learns to read, he is fulfilling his nature. Aristotle gives his students a way to look at the confusing, shifting world and see a pattern of growth. He validates the passage of time. Plato hated time because it decayed things. Aristotle accepts time because it ripens things. As the lecture ends, Aristotle leaves the bronze statue behind. It stands there, solid, defined, a synthesis of copper and tin, shape and mass. It is no longer a mystery. It is a substance, occupying a place, possessing a quality. The world feels heavier, more real, more intelligible. But as Aristotle walks away, his mind is already racing ahead. If everything is moving from potential to actual, if everything is being pushed or pulled into being, then the whole universe is a chain of motion. The dominoes are falling. But what pushed the first domino? What is the ultimate source of all this striving? He looks up past the leaves of the plane trees, past the clouds, into the deepening blue of the sky. Logic demands an answer. If the world is a moving wheel, there must be a hub that does not turn. He is about to embark on his most daring voyage yet, not across the sea, but across the cosmos, in search of the God who moves the world by being loved. The bustle of the Lyceum fades as the sun sinks below the horizon, and the evening walk comes to an end. The students disperse to their pallets or to the city taverns, their voices dying away like the last notes of a song. Aristotle remains. He climbs the stone steps to the roof of the main building, a flat expanse open to the velvet dome of the Athenian night. It is here, in the silence of the cosmos, that the biologist puts away his dissecting knife and the logician puts away his wax tablet. He looks up. The sky is a glittering spray of white fire. The Milky Way, the wandering planets, the fixed stars, all wheeling overhead in a majestic, silent dance. To the average Greek, this is the court of Zeus, a place of myths and monsters pinned to the dark. To Aristotle, it is a machine of terrifying perfection. And logic demands that every machine has an operator. He stands there, wrapping his cloak tighter against the night chill, and begins a mental journey that will take him to the very edge of human reason. He starts with a simple observation, one he made watching the carts in the marketplace. Nothing moves unless it is moved. The cart moves because the horse pulls it. The horse moves because its muscles contract. The muscles contract because the soul desires. It is a chain of cause and effect, a line of dominoes falling one after the other. He looks at the stars. They are moving. The moon circles the earth. The sun circles the earth, or so it seems to him. The outer spheres of the stars rotate with perfect regularity. Who is pushing them? He traces the chain backwards. The clouds are moved by the wind. The wind is moved by the heat of the sun. The sun is moved by the rotation of the celestial spheres. But here, the mind experiences a sudden vertigo. If A is moved by B, and B is moved by C, and C is moved by D, can this chain go on forever? Can there be an infinite line of movers stretching back into a bottomless past? Aristotle grips the parapet of the roof. No. His mind rejects the infinite. An infinite series has no beginning. And if there is no beginning, there can be no subsequent motion. If there is no first domino, the row never falls. Therefore, logic dictates, with the same brute force as a mathematical proof, that there must be a first mover, a primary cause that started the whole cosmic dance. But here is the riddle that keeps the philosopher awake. If this first mover moves, if it exerts effort, if it pushes, if it acts, then it must be changing. And if it changes, it has potential. And if it has potential, it must have been acted upon by something else. We are back in the trap. To escape, Aristotle posits a concept so strange and beautiful, it borders on the mystical. The first mover must be an unmoved mover. It must cause motion without moving itself. It must be the anchor that holds the ship, the stillness at the center of the turning wheel. How can something cause motion without moving? Aristotle finds the answer, not in physics, but in psychology. He thinks of a lover gazing at a beloved. He thinks of a hungry man looking at a loaf of bread. The loaf of bread does not move. It has no legs. It exerts no force. It sits on the table, still and silent. Yet, because it is desirable, it causes the hungry man to move across the room. It moves him by being the object of his desire. The beloved moves the lover simply by being beautiful. This, Aristotle whispers to the darkness, is how God moves the world. Not by pushing it, but by attracting it. The universe is in love with God. This is a breathtaking shift in theology. The gods of Olympus, Zeus, Poseidon, Ares, were noisy, lustful, angry, and constantly interfering in human affairs. They threw thunderbolts, they seduced women, they fought wars. Aristotle's God is utterly silent. This God does not know we exist. This God does not care about the outcome of the Trojan War or the price of olive oil. This God is pure actuality, pure being, with no potential left to fulfill. He or it is perfect, and because it is perfect, it cannot want anything, for to want is to lack. It cannot look down at the messy, changing earth, for that would be a distraction from its own perfection. So what does this God do for all eternity? Aristotle's answer is the pinnacle of intellectualism. The highest activity, he argues, is thinking. Therefore, the perfect being must be engaged in the perfect activity, eternal thought. But what does it think about? It cannot think about rocks or trees or humans, for they are lowly and changing. It must think about the most perfect thing possible. and the most perfect thing is itself. So Aristotle's God is thought thinking itself, noesis nuisios. It is a cosmic mind locked in an eternal blissful loop of self-contemplation, unaware of the universe that spins in frantic desire around it. The stars rotate in perfect circles because they are trying to imitate the perfection of God. The seasons change, the animals reproduce, the humans build cities. All of it is a vast unconscious effort to reach the divine stability, to touch the eternal. There is a cold, crystalline beauty to this vision. It strips the universe of superstition. There are no demons in the shadows, no capricious spirits in the rivers. There is only the great logical machinery of nature yearning toward the prime mover. It is a universe of purpose, but not of providence. God is the destination, not the driver. This idea will ripple through history, captivating Jewish, Muslim, and Christian thinkers for millennia. Maimonides, Avicenna, Aquinas. They will all wrestle with Aristotle's unmoved mover, trying to reconcile this distant, logical absoluteness with the personal, loving God of Scripture. They will try to give Aristotle's God a heart, but Aristotle gives him only a mind. Standing on the roof, the night air settling like dew on his beard, Aristotle feels a profound sense of scale. He places humanity in the hierarchy. We are not the center. We are part of the chain. We have a spark of that divine reason, the nous, inside us. When we think, when we do philosophy, when we contemplate the eternal truths of mathematics or logic, we are briefly, fleetingly imitating God. We are participating in the divine activity. This is why the life of the mind is the highest life. It is the closest we can get to the unmoved mover. To study the stars is to pray. To understand a syllogism is a sacrament. The silence of the Lyceum is absolute now. The city of Athens sleeps, dreaming of commerce and politics. But the philosopher is wide awake, pinned by the gravity of his own logic. He sees the universe as a single intelligible organism, suspended from the perfection of the first cause. He has solved the problem of infinite regress. He has found the floor of the universe. It is solid. It holds. He turns away from the parapet, his sandals scuffing softly on the stone. He will go down to his room, perhaps to write a few lines in the treatise that will later be called the Metaphysics, literally, the books after the physics. He does not know that he has just drafted the blueprint for the theology of half the human race. He only knows that the logic holds, and that the stars, in their terrible, silent beauty, are not wandering aimlessly. They are dancing for the one who does not move. He descends the stairs, leaving the sky to its eternal, unrequited love affair, and returns to the warmth of the earth, where the questions are smaller, but the answers are just as necessary. The morning light in the Lyceum is soft and diffused, filtering through the translucent marble of the window slits, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, little specks of matter caught in a beam of pure form. Aristotle sits at a wooden table, but today he is not looking at the stars or the syllogisms. He is holding a human skull. It is an old, weathered thing, likely a specimen from a medical collection. But to Aristotle, it is the silent housing of the greatest mystery in the universe, the mystery of life itself. He turns the skull in his hands, tracing the ridge of the brow, and asks the question that has haunted every thinker since the dawn of time. What is the soul? For his teacher Plato, the answer was simple and dualistic. The soul was a prisoner, a divine spark trapped in the corrupt cage of the body, longing for death to set it free. To Plato, the body was a tomb. Aristotle sets the skull down gently on the table. He shakes his head. No, he whispers to the empty room. The body is not a cage. It is an instrument. In his treatise, De Anima, on the soul, Aristotle proposes a radical new vision of what it means to be alive, a vision that heals the rift between the spirit and the flesh. He argues that the soul is not a ghost floating inside a machine. Rather, the soul is the form of the body. It is the organizing principle, the set of instructions, the very definition of the living thing. To explain this, he uses an analogy of breathtaking clarity. Suppose, he tells his students, that the eye were an animal. In that case, sight would be its soul. If you take away the ability to see, the eye is no longer truly an eye. It is just a ball of jelly and water. The soul of the eye is its function, its purpose, its activity. In the same way, the soul of a living creature is not a separate substance, but the activity of its life. This idea, known as hylomorphism, suggests a deep, unbreakable intimacy between our physical selves and our inner selves. Think of a wax seal pressed into a warm, soft tablet. The shape of the seal cannot exist without the wax, and the wax has no meaning without the shape. They are one. This means that for Aristotle, the soul is not something you have. It is something you do. It is the way you digest your food, the way you perceive the color blue, the way you move your hand to catch a falling cup. It is the first actuality of a natural body that has life potentially. To map this territory, Aristotle draws a hierarchy of souls, a ladder of life that climbs from the mud to the clouds. At the bottom is the vegetative soul, nutritive. This belongs to plants. It is the power to grow, to absorb nutrients, to reproduce. It is the silent, stubborn force that pushes the grass through the pavement. It is life in its most basic, essential mode, survival. Above this lies the sensitive soul. This belongs to animals. It possesses all the powers of the plant, but adds something new: sensation and locomotion. The wolf can smell the prey. The deer can run from the predator. They experience the world. They feel pleasure and pain, and therefore, they have desire. Aristotle watches a stray dog sleeping in the sun, twitching its paws in a dream, and recognizes a kinship. We share this sensitive soul. We too are creatures of hunger and instinct. But then, he reaches the top of the ladder, the rung that belongs to us alone, the rational soul. This includes the vegetative and sensitive powers. We grow like plants and feel like animals. But it adds the unique power of reason, nous. We can think. We can step outside of the immediate moment and contemplate the eternal. We can do mathematics, write poetry, and build cities based on laws. This rational soul is what makes us human. It is our function. Just as the function of a knife is to cut, the function of a human is to reason. A good human, therefore, is one who reasons well. This is a profound biological definition of our humanity. We are not fallen angels, we are rising animals. We are the part of nature that has woken up and started asking questions. This grounding of the soul in biology leads Aristotle to a fascinating investigation of the senses. How do we know the world? How does the outside get inside? He rejects the idea that we just project reality from our minds. Instead, he argues that the senses are receptive. They are like soft wax, waiting for the world to impress itself upon them. When you look at a red rose, your eye actually takes on the form of redness, without taking on the matter of the rose. You don't get a flower in your brain, but you get the likeness of the flower. This leads him to posit a common sense, sensus communis, not common sense, as we use the phrase today, meaning practical wisdom, but a central processing unit in the heart. Aristotle thought the brain was just a radiator to cool the blood that binds all the sensory inputs together. It is what allows us to know that the white, sweet, granular substance is sugar, combining sight, taste, and touch into a single object. However, as Aristotle pushes this theory to its limit, he encounters a ghost in his own machine. If the soul is just a form of the body, then logic dictates that when the body dies, the soul must vanish, just as the sight vanishes when the eye is destroyed. The shape in the wax disappears when the wax melts. This implies that there is no personal immortality, no Elysian fields, no underworld, just the end of the function. For a man living in a world of myths, this is a stark, brave conclusion. But Aristotle hesitates. In a notoriously difficult and obscure passage of De Anima, he whispers about a part of the rational mind, the active intellect, that seems to be separate, unmixed, and eternal. He writes, "This alone is immortal and eternal." Historians and theologians have spent 2,000 years fighting over what he meant. Did he mean a personal soul survives? Or did he mean that the power of thought returns to a cosmic pool of reason, like a drop of water returning to the ocean? The text is cryptic, perhaps intentionally so. It is as if the great categorizer, the man who labeled everything from mollusks to logic, finally hit a wall he could not climb. He leaves the door slightly ajar. He admits that there is a spark in us that feels like it doesn't belong to the dust. As the afternoon wears on, Aristotle puts the skull away. He walks out into the garden of the Lyceum, where the students are gathering for the evening meal. He sees them laughing, arguing, passing a wineskin. He sees the vegetative soul in their hunger, the sensitive soul in their laughter, and the rational soul in their arguments. He sees the human being as a magnificent, layered composite of all life's history. He does not see a tragedy of imprisonment. He sees a masterpiece of engineering. He has given the West a way to value the body without losing the mind. He has taught us that we are at home in this world. We are not aliens. We are the most complex, beautiful, and capable things the earth has ever grown. And as he sits down to break bread, he knows that the soul is not waiting for death to begin its life. The soul is happening right now in the breaking of the bread, in the taste of the wine, and in the shared understanding of a joke. It is the act of living. And that, he concludes, is miracle enough. The sun hangs directly overhead, bleaching the white stones of the Lyceum to a blinding brilliance. But beneath the deep shade of the porticos, the air is cool and contemplative. Aristotle is watching a young man tuning a lyre. The student twists the peg too tight, and the string snaps with a sharp, discordant twang that echoes off the marble. He tries again, leaving the string too loose, and the note is dull, flabby, and lifeless. Aristotle steps forward, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "You see," he says softly, "the music is not in the tightness, nor in the looseness. It is in the tension between them. It is in the mean." This simple lesson in acoustics is the gateway to Aristotle's most profound gift to human conduct, the doctrine of the golden mean. We are now entering the territory of the Nicomachean Ethics, a work likely named after Aristotle's son, Nicomachus, or perhaps his father, for Greeks loved to recycle names. But the image of the father writing a manual for his son gives the text a heartbreaking intimacy. It is not just a textbook, it is a legacy. It is a father telling his child how to survive the hazards of being human without losing his soul. In the academy, Plato had taught that the good was a cosmic, abstract form, something you contemplated with your mind's eye, far removed from the dirt of daily life. Aristotle, as always, brings the camera down to eye level. He argues that ethics is not about knowing, it is about doing. You don't become a builder by listening to lectures on bricks. You become a builder by building. Similarly, you don't become good by memorizing rules. You become good by doing good things until they become second nature. We are what we repeatedly do. The philosophers who follow him will summarize. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Aristotle views the moral life as a craft, a skill, techne, just like medicine or navigation. It requires practice, correction, and a keen eye for the specific situation. And the core of this craft is the mean. Aristotle observes that in almost everything, destruction comes from excess or deficiency. Too much food destroys health. Too little destroys it as well. Too much exercise ruins the body. Too little makes it soft. Virtue, he argues, is the same. It is a fragile peak between two slippery slopes of vice. Take courage, for example. It is the virtue regarding fear and confidence. If a man has no fear at all, if he walks into a burning building without a thought or charges a phalanx alone, he is not brave. He is rash. He is a fool who throws his life away. On the other side, if a man fears everything, if he runs from a rustling bush, he is a coward. True courage is the golden point between them, the ability to feel fear, acknowledge the danger, and yet stand one's ground for the right reason. It is not the absence of fear, it is the mastery of it. Aristotle walks his students through a gallery of these virtues, painting a portrait of the ideal man. He speaks of temperance, the mean between being a glutton and being insensitive to pleasure. He speaks of generosity, the mean between wastefulness, the prodigal son who spends everything, and stinginess, the miser who hoards every obol. He even discusses wit. Life requires humor, he argues. The buffoon cannot resist a joke, even if it hurts someone. The boor has no sense of humor and is offended by everything. The virtuous man is witty. He has tact. He knows when to laugh, and his humor lifts the spirit rather than crushing it. It is a wonderfully humane vision. Aristotle does not demand we become monks or ascetics. He wants us to enjoy a dinner party, but to do it with the grace of a man who is in control of his appetites, not enslaved by them. Historians and philosophers often point out that this mean is not a mathematical average. If 10 pounds of food is too much and 2 is too little, 6 is not necessarily the right amount for everyone. For the wrestler Milo, 6 pounds might be a snack. For a young student, it might be a feast. The mean is relative to us. It requires judgment. This is why Aristotle places such high value on phronesis, or practical wisdom. You cannot look up the answer in a book. You have to read the room. You have to know who you are dealing with, what the stakes are, and when to act. Anyone can get angry. That is easy, he writes, in a sentence that feels as sharp today as it did 300 years ago. But to do this to the right person, to the right extent, at the right time, with the right motive, and in the right way, that is not for everyone, nor is it easy. There is a deep psychological insight here. Aristotle realizes that emotions are not bad. Plato distrusted emotions. The Stoics who came later would try to eradicate them. Aristotle accepts them. Anger can be virtuous if it is directed at injustice. Fear can be virtuous if it keeps you from making a fatal mistake. The goal is not to have a heart of stone, but a heart that is tuned like that lyre, responsive, but disciplined. He describes the virtuous person as someone whose desires align with their reason. They don't have to fight themselves to do the right thing. They want to do the right thing. The internal civil war is over. They have achieved a state of harmony. But Aristotle is also a realist. He knows that becoming this person is the work of a lifetime. He warns that we are all born with natural tendencies. Some of us are naturally prone to anger, others to laziness. To find the mean, we must steer against the wind. If you know you are prone to cowardice, you must force yourself toward rashness to land in the center. If you are prone to spending, you must try to be a miser to find generosity. It is the metaphor of the bent stick. To straighten it, you must bend it all the way back in the opposite direction. One can imagine him telling this to his son, Nicomachus. The advice is tender, practical, and devoid of thunderous commandments. He does not say, "Thou shalt not." He says, "Know yourself. Watch where you stumble. Correct your course." Scholars still debate the elitism hidden in this ethics. Aristotle's great-souled man, the megalopsychos, is a figure of immense dignity, wealthy, aristocratic, who speaks slowly and walks with a deep voice. He seems suspiciously like an idealized version of a Macedonian nobleman or Aristotle himself. He requires resources to be virtuous. You cannot be magnificent, a virtue involving large public spending, if you are poor. Aristotle admits this. He believes that external goods, money, friends, good looks, luck, are necessary for the full flourishing of a human life. He is not a romantic who thinks you can be happy in a dungeon. He believes the flower needs soil, sun, and rain. It is a philosophy for this world, with all its inequalities and material needs. As the lesson on the mean concludes, the Lyceum is bathed in the golden horizontal light of late afternoon, a visual echo of the balance Aristotle seeks. The students pack away their instruments and scrolls. They have learned that the moral life is not a straitjacket, but a dance. It requires agility. It requires the courage to make choices in the fog of uncertainty. Aristotle watches them go, perhaps feeling the weight of his own advice. He has walked the line between the academy and the real world, between Athens and Macedon, between the safety of silence and the danger of speech. He knows that the mean is hard to hit. It is like an archer trying to hit a bullseye in a high wind. You will miss often. But the point is to pick up the arrow, adjust your aim, and draw the bow again. For in the end, the target is not just a good action. The target is a life that, when looked back upon, feels complete, beautiful, and fully human. And that target has a name that will be the subject of his next great inquiry: happiness. As the twilight deepens over the Lyceum, painting the sky in bruises of purple and gold, the colors of royalty and bruising thoughts, Aristotle leads his students to the final, most elusive question of the day. They have dissected the squid to understand life. They have built the syllogism to understand truth. They have defined the mean to understand virtue. But why? What is the point of all this effort? Why do we sharpen our minds? Why do we fight our impulses? If you ask a man why he builds a house, he says, for shelter. If you ask why he wants shelter, he says, for comfort. But if you keep asking why and for what, eventually you hit a wall. You reach a final answer, a goal that is not a bridge to somewhere else, but the destination itself. Aristotle names this final destination eudaimonia. Translators have struggled with this word for 2,000 years. They usually render it as happiness. But to the modern ear, happiness is a flimsy, cheap thing. Happiness is a warm puppy. Happiness is a cold drink on a hot day. Happiness is a mood that comes and goes like the weather. If Aristotle meant this, he would be a shallow thinker indeed. But eudaimonia is heavy. It combines eu, good, and daimon, spirit, or minor deity. It suggests good-spiritedness, or more accurately, flourishing. Think of a rose bush. When is a rose bush eudaimon? Not when it is sitting in a pot feeling comfortable. It is flourishing when it has deep roots, strong stems, and is exploding with blooms. It is doing what a rose is meant to do, and doing it excellently. For Aristotle, happiness is not a feeling you have. It is a job you do. This brings us to one of the most famous and poetic lines in all of philosophy. Aristotle looks at the changing seasons, the migrating birds returning to the wetlands of the Helisos, and remarks, "One swallow does not make a summer, neither does one fine day. Similarly, one day or brief time of happiness does not make a person entirely happy." It is a warning against the Instagram version of life. You cannot take a snapshot of a smiling man at a banquet and call him happy. Happiness is a long-form narrative. It is the quality of a whole life, from start to finish. It requires consistency. Just as you wouldn't judge a play by a single scene, you cannot judge a life until the curtain falls. This is why the Greeks had a dark, ancient saying, attributed to the sage Solon, "Call no man happy until he is dead." But Aristotle, with his characteristic realism, wrestles with this. Does it mean we are hostages to fortune? If a good man loses his family in a war or loses his fortune in a shipwreck, is his happiness destroyed? The Stoics, who would come later, would say no. They would argue that the wise man is happy even on the rack, even while being tortured, because his virtue is untouchable. Aristotle shakes his head. That, he thinks, is nonsense. We are not ghosts. We are animals with bodies. We need external goods. We need a little money, good health, good children, and a city that isn't burning down. He points to the tragic figure of Priam, the king of Troy. Priam was a good man, a virtuous king, yet in his old age he saw his sons killed, his city sacked, and his life destroyed. No one, Aristotle writes somberly, would call such a man happy. This admission makes Aristotle profoundly human. He acknowledges that luck matters. We are vulnerable. The world can break us, but, and here is the resilience of his thought, he argues that the virtuous man handles misfortune with a special kind of grace, like a skilled shoemaker who makes the best possible shoe out of whatever leather he is given. The virtuous man makes the best possible life out of the circumstances he faces. He does not collapse. He endures with nobility. Eudaimonia is not immunity to pain. It is the ability to navigate it without losing your soul. So, what is the specific activity that constitutes this flourishing? Aristotle returns to the function argument. To know what makes a good hammer, You ask what a hammer is for, driving nails. To know what makes a good human, you ask what a human is for. It isn't just to grow, plants do that. It isn't just to feel, cows do that. It is to reason. Therefore, the highest happiness must be the activity of the soul in accordance with reason. And the highest form of reason, contemplation, theoria. Here, in the gathering dark, Aristotle reconnects ethics with the cosmos. He argues that while we need the political virtues, courage, justice, moderation, to live in the city, the ultimate happiness is found in those moments when we step back and simply understand. When a mathematician solves a proof, when a philosopher grasps a truth about the stars, when a biologist finally sees how the heart works, that spark of pure understanding is the divine part of us. It is the activity of the unmoved mover. God is eternally happy because God is eternally contemplating the truth. When we contemplate, we are stealing a moment of divine life. We are touching the eternal. This is a startling conclusion. The man who spent his life studying the mud of the lagoon and the politics of the polis ultimately concludes that the best life is the life of the mind. It is a defense of the useless. We work so that we can have leisure. We fight wars so that we can have peace. We do the practical things so that, eventually, we can sit still and think about the beautiful things. In a world that is constantly demanding productivity, Aristotle whispers that the ultimate point of it all is useless, beautiful wonder. But as the night fully descends, a chill runs through the Lyceum. This vision of the solitary thinker, alone with the eternal truths, is magnificent, but it is also lonely. Aristotle knows that man is not a god. We cannot contemplate forever. We get hungry, we get tired, we get lonely. The theoretical life might be the peak of the mountain, but we cannot live on the peak. We must come down to the valley where our fellow humans live. And in that valley, we find another necessary ingredient for flourishing, something that Aristotle values, perhaps, more than any philosopher before or since. He turns to his students, their faces now just pale blurs in the darkness, and introduces the subject that warms the cold marble of his logic, friendship. For without friends, he says, no one would choose to live, though he had all other goods. The solitary god may be happy, but the human being needs a mirror. The lamps in the Lyceum are burning low, casting long flickering shadows against the limestone walls, creating an atmosphere of intimacy that suits the subject at hand. Aristotle is no longer standing at the podium. He is sitting among his students, perhaps leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, his voice dropping to a register that is less professorial and more confessional. He has just finished describing the solitary height of contemplation. But now he looks around the circle of faces, Theophrastus, Eudemus, and the others who have followed him from Assos to Lesbos to Athens. He knows, with the certainty of a man who has lived through exile and loss, that a life without connection is a life half-lived. Let us speak of philia, he begins. The word is often translated as friendship, but in the Greek ear, it resonates with a much richer chord. It encompasses the bond between parents and children, the camaraderie of soldiers, the partnership of business associates, and the deep soul connection of lovers. It is the gravity that holds human society together. Aristotle declares, with a conviction that might surprise those who think of him as a cold logician, that friendship is not a luxury, it is a necessity. For without friends, he repeats, no one would choose to live, though he had all other goods. Imagine a king with all the gold in Persia, but no one to trust, no one to share his thoughts with. That, Aristotle argues, is not a kingdom, it is a prison. He picks up a wax tablet, smoothing the surface with his thumb, and begins to categorize the human heart. As with the animals of the lagoon, he classifies friendship into species, identifying 3 distinct types. The first is the friendship of utility. This is the bond of the marketplace. I am friends with you because you buy my olives, and you are friends with me because I lend you my cart. We are useful to each other. This friendship is common among the old, he notes with a dry smile, for old men are often more interested in profit than pleasure. It is a brittle bond. As soon as the usefulness ends, when the olives run out or the cart breaks, the friendship dissolves. There is no malice in this. It is simply a transaction wrapped in a smile. The second is the friendship of pleasure. This is the domain of the young. It is the bond between drinking companions, or teenage lovers, or soldiers on leave. We are friends because you are funny or beautiful, or you play the lyre well. We enjoy the same jokes. We share the same wine. But this, too, is fragile. Pleasure changes. The joke gets old, the beauty fades, the taste in wine matures. When what gave us pleasure changes, the friendship evaporates like mist in the sun. These 2 types, utility and pleasure, are accidental friendships. We do not love the person, we love what we get from them. We love the milk, not the cow. But then Aristotle's voice softens. He speaks of the third kind, the rare and beautiful thing, the friendship of virtue. This occurs between good men who are alike in excellence. In this bond, I do not love you because you are useful, or because you are fun, though you may be both. I love you because you are you. I love your character. I see your goodness, your courage, your honesty, and I resonate with it, because I strive for those things too. This friendship is slow to form. It cannot be rushed. It requires, as the famous Greek proverb says, eating a bushel of salt together. You must share meals, trials, time, and conversation. You must see each other in the light and in the dark. But once formed, this friendship is indestructible. It lasts as long as the virtue lasts, and since true character is stable, this friendship can endure a lifetime. It is in this profound connection that Aristotle introduces one of his most moving concepts, the friend as allos autos, another self. This idea of the second self is the psychological anchor of his ethics. When we look at a true friend, we are looking into a mirror. We see our own potential reflected back to us. We can know ourselves better by watching our friend than by looking inward, for we are often blind to our own faults, but clear-eyed about others. A true friend holds us accountable. When we stumble, they do not just comfort us, they remind us of who we are. They help us practice being human. Aristotle argues that we need this mirror to be happy. Even the philosopher, contemplating the eternal truths of the universe, needs a friend to turn to and say, "Did you see that?" Shared joy is doubled. Shared grief is halved. The solitary life is hard, he admits, because it is difficult to sustain continuous activity by oneself. We get tired. But with friends, the activity of living becomes easier, more rhythmic, more enduring. We carry each other. There is a touching subtext here. Aristotle is likely thinking of Hermias, the philosopher king who died under torture, refusing to betray his friends. He is thinking of Plato, with whom he argued for 20 years but never stopped respecting. He is looking at Theophrastus, who will eventually inherit the Lyceum and carry on his work. Aristotle knows that his own mind, as brilliant as it is, was sharpened against the whetstones of these other minds. He rejects the idea of the hermit sage. The great-souled man is not an island. In fact, Aristotle suggests that a man who has no need of others is either a beast or a god. Since we are neither, we must belong to each other. He goes further, weaving friendship into the very fabric of justice. When men are friends, he says, they have no need of justice, while when they are just, they need friendship as well. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need courts or contracts because we would treat each other with the care of friends. Friendship is the truest form of justice because it gives freely, not out of obligation. It is the glue of the city. A city without friendship is just a crowd of strangers trying not to rob each other. A city with friendship is a community. As the discussion winds down, the students look at each other differently. The man sitting next to them is no longer just a competitor in debate. He is a potential second self, a partner in the quest for the good life. Aristotle has elevated their relationships from casual acquaintances to a moral vocation. He has taught them that loving someone else is a way of loving the good in oneself. He stands up, stretching his limbs. The bushel of salt has not yet been eaten by this young group, but they have started. They have shared the salt of ideas. Go now, he might say, dismissing them to their rest. We have spoken of the bond between two men. Tomorrow, we must speak of the bond between thousands. For a friend is a second self, but a city is a soul writ large. He blows out the lamp, leaving the room in darkness, but the warmth of the connection remains. He has laid the emotional foundation for politics. He has shown that the state is not built on iron and laws alone, but on the fragile, necessary human capacity to say we. The sun climbs high above the Acropolis, casting its golden net over the tile roofs of Athens, the noise of the city drifting into the Lyceum like the hum of a distant hive. There is the shouting of merchants selling salted fish, the rhythmic chanting of sailors rowing in the harbor, the fervent arguments of the assembly on the Pnyx. Aristotle stands by the window, listening to this chaotic symphony. To a cynic, it might sound like noise. To a mystic, it might sound like a distraction. But to Aristotle, it sounds like destiny. He turns to his students, who are perhaps expecting another lesson on the private virtues of friendship, and widens the lens. We have spoken of the man and his friend, he says, his voice grounding the room. Now we must speak of the man and his city, for a human being is by nature a political animal. This phrase, zon politikon, is one of the most famous and misunderstood in history. When Aristotle calls us political animals, he does not mean we are born loving speeches and taxes. He means we are animals, meant to live in a polis, a community. We are not solitary predators like the tiger, roaming the forest alone. We are herd animals, like bees or ants, but with a critical difference. Bees have a buzz to signal pain or pleasure. We have logos, speech, we can talk. And because we can talk, we can do something no other animal can do. We can discuss justice. We can say, this is fair, or that is wrong. We can debate the future. This capacity for moral speech proves, biologically, that nature intended us to live together. A human without a city, Aristotle argues, is like a piece on a checkerboard that has fallen off the table, useless, isolated, and unable to fulfill its function. He traces the growth of the city with the eye of a biologist watching an embryo develop. It starts with the couple, man and woman, who come together for reproduction. This forms the household, oikos, the economic unit of survival. But a household cannot survive alone. It needs neighbors for trade and defense. So, households cluster into a village. And finally, for the sake of a complete, self-sufficient life, villages join to form the city. This is the crucial point. The city is not an artificial contract signed by fearful men, as later thinkers like Hobbes would argue. The city is a natural growth. It is the oak tree that grows from the acorn of the family. The city comes into existence for the sake of life, survival, but it continues to exist for the sake of the good life. The goal of politics is not just to keep the roads paved. It is to make the citizens virtuous. The state is a school for the soul. But as Aristotle dissects the anatomy of the household, we encounter the dark, ossified bones of his era. We must pause here, for the modern ear recoils. Aristotle looks at the social hierarchy of his time and declares it natural. He defends slavery. To him, some men are natural slaves, people strong in body but weak in mind, who need a master to guide them, just as a body needs a soul. He calls the slave a living tool. He similarly relegates women to a subordinate role, arguing they possess the faculty of reason, but it is without authority. Historians still argue whether Aristotle was simply blinded by the prejudices of his time, or if he was trying to rationalize the economic necessity of an ancient society that relied on forced labor. It is a stark reminder that even the greatest mind is not immune to the blind spots of its century. He could categorize the stars, but he could not see the injustice in his own kitchen. Moving from the household to the public square, Aristotle opens his massive collection of 158 constitutions, the data gathered by his students from Carthage to Crete. He treats governments like biological specimens. He wants to know which ones are healthy and which are diseased. He creates a taxonomy of power based on two questions: who rules and for whom do they rule? If one man rules for the good of all, it is a monarchy. This is ideal, but rare. If that one man rules only for himself, it becomes a tyranny, the worst of all regimes, a corruption of the fatherly king into a selfish monster. If a few best men rule for the good of all, it is an aristocracy, literally, rule of the aristoi, the best. But if those few rule only to protect their own wealth, it decays into an oligarchy, the rule of the rich. If the many rule for the good of all, Aristotle calls it a polity, politeia. This is a constitutional government where the middle class holds the power. But if the many rule only for the poor, taking revenge on the rich and ignoring the law, it descends into democracy. Here, we must be careful. Aristotle's democracy is not what we mean by the word today. He viewed it as mob rule, a chaotic system where the loudest voice wins and the law is ignored in favor of the popular whim. He feared the demagogue, the speaker who flatters the crowd to gain power. He had seen Athens tear itself apart under such leaders. Instead, Aristotle champions the polity, a mixed system. He believes the safest city is one dominated by a strong, large middle class. The rich are too arrogant, the poor are too desperate. The middle class, he argues, is the golden mean of the state. They are steady, reasonable, and have enough to lose that they want stability, but not so much that they want to oppress others. It is a strikingly modern insight. The stability of a nation depends on the health of its middle class. Aristotle's politics are ultimately pragmatic. He does not describe a utopia like Plato's Republic, with its philosopher kings and communal wives. Aristotle knows that communism of property goes against human nature. That which is common to the greatest number, he writes, has the least care bestowed upon it. If everyone owns the field, no one waters the crops. He defends private property, not because he loves wealth, but because he loves responsibility. Owning things allows us to practice generosity. You cannot share your bread if the bread doesn't belong to you. As the lesson concludes, the students look out at Athens with new eyes. They see the assembly not just as a shouting match, but as the city's heart trying to pump blood. They see the laws not as annoying restrictions, but as the intellect without appetite, reason stripped of desire. Aristotle has taught them that politics is not a dirty game to be avoided by the wise. It is the master science. It is the stage on which the drama of human flourishing is played. If the stage is rotten, the play cannot be good. He picks up a scroll, perhaps a draft of a constitution for a small colony. We have studied the structure of the stage, he says, rolling the parchment tight. Now, we must study the actor's voice. For in a city of free men, you cannot command obedience with a whip. You must win it with a word. He turns his gaze toward the art of persuasion, the dangerous and beautiful tool that can build empires or destroy them. Rhetoric. The afternoon sun beats down on the agora, the marketplace of Athens, where the dust is kicked up by the sandals of 1,000 debaters. Here, fishmongers haggle over prices, generals justify their campaigns, and politicians promise the moon to the crowd. Aristotle walks through this cacophony, not with disdain, but with a forensic ear. He is listening to the mechanics of influence. For his old teacher Plato, this place was a den of liars. Plato despised rhetoric, calling it cookery, a knack for making unhealthy food taste sweet. He believed that truth should stand naked, needing no decoration. But Aristotle, the pragmatist, knows that the naked truth is often ignored. He realizes that in the real world, having the right answer is not enough. You must be able to sell it. Truth and justice are by nature stronger than their opposites, he admits, but if judgments are not made in the right way, they will be defeated. And so, Aristotle writes, the Rhetoric, the first scientific manual on the art of persuasion. He begins by stripping away the magic. Persuasion is not a spell cast by a sorcerer. It is a system with 3 distinct levers. He names them ethos, pathos, and logos. These 3 words form the holy trinity of public speaking, a triangle that every politician, lawyer, and advertiser has used for the last 2,000 years. He starts with ethos, the character of the speaker. Before you even open your mouth to argue, the audience is judging you. Do they trust you? Do you seem sensible? Do you seem to have their best interests at heart? Aristotle argues that character is the most potent form of persuasion. If the audience thinks you are a liar, your logic doesn't matter. You must project practical wisdom, virtue, and goodwill. It is a lesson that resonates deeply in an era of celebrity and scandal. Who you are speaks louder than what you say. Next comes pathos, the emotion of the audience. Aristotle is the first thinker to systematically analyze human emotions for the purpose of speech. He treats anger, pity, fear, and confidence like keys on a lyre. He explains how to make an audience angry, show them a slight against their honor, and how to make them calm, show them the offender is sorry. This is not manipulation for its own sake. It is an acknowledgement that humans are not logic machines. We feel. A speaker who ignores the mood of the room is like a captain who ignores the wind. You must steer the emotions to reach the harbor of agreement. Finally, there is logos, the argument itself. This is Aristotle's home turf. He introduces the enthymeme, a rhetorical version of the syllogism. In a strict logical syllogism, you spell out every step. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. But in a speech, that sounds boring and pedantic. In an enthymeme, you skip the obvious part. You say, Socrates is human, so of course he will die. You let the audience fill in the gap. This makes them feel smart. It makes them participants in the argument. Aristotle teaches that the best persuasion happens when the listener feels like they came to the conclusion themselves. But Aristotle does not just teach how to speak. He categorizes where we speak. He divides rhetoric into 3 genres, mapping the landscape of public life. First is forensic rhetoric, the speech of the courtroom. This looks to the past. Did he steal the money? Was he at the scene? It deals with justice and injustice. Second is deliberative rhetoric, the speech of the legislature. This looks to the future. Should we go to war? Should we build a wall? It deals with the advantageous and the harmful. Third is epideictic rhetoric, the speech of the ceremony. This looks at the present. It is the eulogy at a funeral or the speech at a wedding. It deals with praise and blame, reinforcing the values of the community. In categorizing these, Aristotle validates the profession of the speaker. He rescues rhetoric from the sophists, the hired guns who taught people how to make the weaker argument defeat the stronger. Aristotle argues that rhetoric is a tool, like a knife. In the hands of a surgeon, a knife saves a life. In the hands of a murderer, it takes one. The fault is not in the knife, but in the user. He believes that by teaching the good men how to speak well, he is arming truth against falsehood. He is giving the good guys a fighting chance in the assembly. There is a quiet urgency to these lessons. Aristotle knows that Athens is a democracy, however flawed. And in a democracy, words are power. If the wise men stay silent because they think rhetoric is beneath them, the fools will run the city. He is telling his students, get in the arena, learn to speak. Do not let your beautiful logic die in a notebook. Stand up, project your voice, look the audience in the eye, and make the truth sing. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across the agora, Aristotle observes the crowd dispersing. He sees the power of words lingering in the air, how a single phrase can calm a mob or incite a riot. He has handed his students the keys to the city, but he knows that speech has one final mysterious power. It doesn't just persuade, it heals. It can purge the soul of its heaviest burdens. He turns his mind from the noisy marketplace to the hushed, semicircular stone benches of the theater of Dionysus. He is ready to explore the darkest and most beautiful function of language, tragedy. The theatre of Dionysus sits carved into the southern slope of the Acropolis, a vast, semicircular bowl of stone capable of holding 17,000 souls. It is empty now, save for the wind whistling through the rows, and perhaps a few stray dogs hunting for scraps left by the festival crowds. Aristotle sits in the proedria, the marble seats reserved for priests and dignitaries, looking down at the flat circle of the orchestra, the dancing floor. He is here to answer a riddle that goes against every instinct of survival. Why do we pay to watch people suffer? Why do we gather in the thousands to watch a mother kill her children, a king gouge out his own eyes, or a hero die in agony? In real life, these events would send us running in terror. But in the theatre, we sit mesmerized, and strangely, we leave feeling lighter, cleaner, and healed. To explain this paradox, Aristotle writes the Poetics, a short, dense treatise that remains the Bible of screenwriters, playwrights, and directors to this day. For his old teacher Plato, the theatre was a dangerous place. Plato wanted to ban the poets from his ideal republic. He argued that plays were lies, mere imitations of imitations, that stirred up unruly passions and made men weak. If you watch a man crying on stage, Plato feared, you might start crying in battle. Aristotle, with the calmness of a doctor, disagrees. He argues that art is not a lie, it is a fundamental human need. He starts with the concept of mimesis, or imitation. Man, he writes, is the most imitative of all animals. Watch a child playing. They cook imaginary food. They fight imaginary dragons. They are learning how to be human by pretending. We enjoy art because we enjoy learning. When we see a painting of a corpse, we don't recoil in disgust as we would from a real corpse. Instead, we say, look how perfectly the artist captured the skin. We appreciate the skill, the recognition, the mimesis, but tragedy does more than just imitate. It performs a medical function on the soul. Here, Aristotle introduces his most famous and debated medical metaphor, catharsis. The word means purging or cleansing. In Hippocratic medicine, it referred to flushing bad humors from the body. Aristotle applies it to the emotions. We all carry a burden of suppressed pity and fear. Fear for our own safety, pity for the suffering of others. If we bottle these up, they become toxic. The theatre acts as a release valve. By watching Oedipus realize he has married his mother, we feel a surge of overwhelming terror and profound pity. We weep for him, and in that weeping, the pressure is released. We purge these heavy emotions in a safe, controlled environment. We don't leave the theatre traumatized. We leave balanced. Tragedy is not a poison, as Plato thought. It is a vaccine. Aristotle then rolls up his sleeves to dismantle the machinery of a good story. What makes a story work? He argues that plot, mythos, is the soul of the tragedy. It must be a unity, one complete action, not a random string of episodes. You cannot just say, and then this happened, and then this happened. You must say, this happened, therefore that happened. Causality is king, and at the center of this plot stands the tragic hero. Aristotle warns that the hero cannot be a perfect saint because his fall would be disgusting and unjust. Nor can he be a wicked villain because we wouldn't care if he died. He must be someone like us, a good man, but flawed. This flaw is often mistranslated as a tragic sin, but Aristotle uses the word hamartia. It is an archery term. It means missing the mark. It is not a moral depravity. It is a mistake. It is an error in judgment. Oedipus didn't want to kill his father. He did it because he didn't know who the man on the road was. His hamartia was ignorance. This makes the tragedy terrifying because it implies that ruin can come not just from being bad, but from being wrong. We watch the hero make that fatal step, and we want to scream at the stage, but we cannot stop the machine of fate. The climax of this machine relies on two clicking gears, peripeteia and anagnorisis. Peripeteia is the reversal, the moment the action spins 180 degrees. The messenger comes to cheer Oedipus up by telling him he's adopted, but instead, the news reveals his incest. The intended good turns into a nightmare. Anagnorisis is the recognition, the moment the hero goes from ignorance to knowledge. The oh my God moment. When these two happen together, Aristotle says, it creates the most powerful emotional impact possible. The hero sees the truth, and the audience shudders. There is a profound defense of fiction here. Aristotle famously writes that poetry is more philosophical and more serious than history. Why? Because history just tells you what happened. Alcibiades went to the party, then he left. It is a list of singular, messy facts. But poetry tells you what kind of thing would happen. It deals with universals. It shows us the laws of human nature. History tells us about a man. Poetry tells us about man. By watching the fall of the tragic hero, we learn about the fragility of all human happiness. We learn that we are walking on a tightrope. As the shadows lengthen in the orchestra, Aristotle's defense of the emotions stands complete. He has rescued the heart from the exile Plato imposed on it. He has shown that to be fully human, we must feel deeply, but we must feel the right things at the right times. The theater is the gymnasium of the passions. He stands up from the marble seat, the stone cool against his robes. The ghosts of Agamemnon and Antigone fade back into the air. He has organized the world of stories, categorized the mechanism of tears, and explained the logic of the stage. Now, he must turn his cataloging eye to an even larger theater, the theater of the living earth itself. The mind that dissected the plot of Oedipus Rex is ready to dissect the entire animal kingdom, to organize the buzzing, swimming, creeping chaosy of nature into a single, grand system. In the deepest recesses of the Lyceum's library, there is a set of shelves that groan under a unique weight. These scrolls do not contain the soaring poetry of Homer or the abstract geometries of the mathematicians. They smell of the earth. They are stained with the invisible residue of seawater, dried blood, and the dust of 100 different lands. This is the Historia Animalium, the history of animals, and its companion volumes. It is here that Aristotle attempts the impossible. He tries to write the inventory of the living world. Before him, animals were characters in fables or meat for the table. Men knew that lions were strong and foxes were cunning, but they saw the animal kingdom as a chaotic jumble of distinct beasts. Aristotle looks at this jumble and sees a hidden architecture. He stands before the chaos of fur, scales, feathers, and slime, and he decides to impose order. He becomes the great classifier, the Adam who not only names the beasts, but explains why they are what they are. He begins with a revolutionary tool, diaresis or division. He realizes that you cannot define a thing just by looking at it. You must see how it differs from its neighbors. He starts cutting the animal kingdom into two massive halves, the blooded animals, enema, and the bloodless animals, anima. It is a distinction that mirrors our modern divide between vertebrates and invertebrates. On the blooded side, he groups the viviparous quadrupeds, mammals, the birds, the fish, and the cetaceans, whales and dolphins. On the bloodless side, he places the cephalopods, the crustaceans, the insects, and the shelled animals. It sounds simple to us, who grew up with textbooks, but in the 4th century BCE, this is a flash of lightning in a dark room. He is seeing the deep structure of life. He recognizes that the dolphin is not a fish, even though it swims, because it has lungs and warm blood. He recognizes that the bat is not a bird, even though it flies, because it has fur and teeth. He is piercing the disguise of appearance to find the truth of function. But Aristotle is not just sorting laundry, he is building a ladder. As he organizes the 500 distinct species his students have catalogued, he begins to see a hierarchy emerging. Life seems to rise in a continuous swell of complexity. At the bottom lies the inanimate matter, the rocks and dirt. Then the borderline creatures, the sponges and sea anemones, which are rooted like plants but feel like animals. Then come the simple movers, the shellfish. Then the insects with their complex societies. Then the active, red-blooded animals. And finally, at the very top, the human being. This concept, later known as the scala naturae, or the great chain of being, will dominate the Western imagination for 2,000 years. It presents a universe that is not flat, but vertical. Everything is striving upwards. The worm is trying to be a better worm. The monkey is reaching towards the complexity of man. And man is reaching towards the divine. It is a vision of the cosmos as a vast climbing staircase of perfection. The sheer volume of detail in these scrolls is staggering. Aristotle records that the heart of the horse has a bone in it, an error, but a specific one. He records that the male river catfish guards the eggs for 40 days, a fact that was mocked as a tall tale until 19th century naturalists confirmed it. He notes that the octopus uses a specific arm for reproduction, detailing the hectocotyledonous mechanism with the precision of a surgeon. Where did he get this data? From the fishermen of Lesbos, from the hunters of Macedon, from the royal zoos of Alexander. He is the first scientist to respect the knowledge of the common worker. He listens to the beekeepers to understand the hive. He talks to the sponge divers to understand the seafloor. He stitches the folklore of the Mediterranean into a quilt of science. Yet Aristotle struggles with the monsters, the creatures that refuse to fit his boxes. He is fascinated by the seal, which is a deformed quadruped because its feet are fins. He is puzzled by the ostrich, which has the wings of a bird, but the hooves of a beast and cannot fly. Instead of ignoring these anomalies, he focuses on them. He realizes that nature loves the in-between. Nature proceeds little by little from things lifeless to animal life, he writes, in such a way that it is impossible to determine the exact line of demarcation. This is a profound admission. It suggests that his categories are maps, not territories. The world is fluid. The boundaries are blurry. He sees the continuity of life, a vision that whispers very faintly of the evolution that Darwin will shout about eons later. In classifying the parts of animals, Aristotle relies again on his teleology, the idea of purpose. He asks, why does the elephant have a trunk? Not by accident. It has a trunk because it is a large animal that lives in swamps, and it needs a snorkel and a hand. Why do herbivores have flat teeth? To grind grass. Why do carnivores have sharp teeth? To tear meat. Nature does nothing in vain, he repeats like a mantra. If an animal has a part, that part has a job. This allows him to make brilliant deductions. He predicts that no animal with horns will also have sharp upper teeth, like a lion, because nature is economical. It doesn't give a soldier a sword and a spear if one will do. He checks the mouths of cows, deer, and goats. He is right. They lack upper incisors. It is a triumph of logic applied to anatomy. As the years pass in the Lyceum, the collection grows. The walls are hung with skins and skeletons. The shelves pile high with observations. Aristotle has created a panopticon of nature, a place where the whole world can be seen at a glance. He has taken the terrifying, buzzing chaos of the wilderness and tamed it with the pen. He has shown that the world is not a haunted forest, but a well-ordered city of species, each with its own laws, its own territory, and its own job to do. But outside the walls of this ordered sanctuary, the human world is descending into chaos. The letters from the East are stopping. The rumors are growing dark. Alexander, the man who funded this great classification, the man who conquered the world, is beginning to lose his own reason. The golden mean is forgotten in Babylon. The king is drinking heavily. He is adopting Persian customs. He is killing his friends in fits of paranoid rage. Aristotle reads the reports with a heavy heart. He has classified the beasts of the field, but he finds himself unable to classify the beast that his former student has become. Is Alexander a god, as he claims? Or is he a tyrant, the most dangerous of all animals? The order of the Lyceum stands in stark contrast to the disorder of the empire. The taxonomy of nature is complete, but the tragedy of history is approaching its final act. The shadow of the conqueror is stretching long across the sea, reaching all the way to Athens, and it brings with it a chill that no logic can dispel. The sunlight that falls upon the Lyceum in the year 327 BCE feels thin and brittle, as if filtered through a haze of distant smoke. The happy chatter of the students continues. They are still cataloguing beetles and debating the nature of the tragic hero. But Aristotle walks the colonnade with a heavier step. He is a man listening to a storm that is raging 2,000 miles away. The letters from the East, once vibrant with questions about tides and requests for books, have changed. They are fewer now, and their tone is different. They no longer sound like the inquiries of a curious student. They sound like the edicts of a god. Alexander, the boy from the caves of Mieza, has swallowed the Persian Empire whole. And in doing so, the empire has begun to swallow him. He has marched past the Tigris, past the burning ruins of Persepolis, deep into the heart of Asia. And as he moves further from the Mediterranean, he is shedding his Greek skin. Reports reach Athens that chill the blood of every free man. Alexander is wearing the purple robes of the Persian kings. He is demanding proskynesis, the act of prostrating oneself on the ground before the ruler. To a Persian, this is a sign of social respect. To a Greek, it is an obscenity reserved only for the gods. To bow before a man is to be a slave. Aristotle hears these rumors and surely feels a cold knot of failure in his stomach. He taught the boy to be the leader of free men, to rule by reason and law. Instead, Alexander is becoming the very thing Aristotle despises most: a despot who believes his will is superior to the law. The golden mean has been abandoned in the deserts of Babylon. There is no moderation in a man who claims to be the son of Zusamon. But the tragedy is not just political, it is personal. Aristotle has a tangible link to the campaign, a hostage of his own blood in the lion's den. His great-nephew, Callisthenes, is traveling with the army as the official historian. Callisthenes is a brilliant, stubborn young man trained in the Lyceum, possessed of that specific Aristotelian trait, a refusal to flatter. Aristotle had warned him before he left. Speak seldom to the king, the philosopher is said to have advised, and when you do, speak sweetly, for you are speaking to a man who holds your life in his hands. But Callisthenes, drunk on his own righteousness, ignores the advice. When Alexander demands that the Greeks bow to him, Callisthenes refuses. He stands tall in a room of kneeling men. He argues, using the logic he learned from his uncle, that a man is not a god. It is a moment of suicidal bravery. For Alexander, already paranoid and drunk on unmixed wine, this is not a philosophical disagreement. It is treason. The news that travels back to Athens takes months to arrive, but when it does, it lands with the force of a hammer blow. Callisthenes has been arrested. Accused of involvement in a page's conspiracy to assassinate the king, he is thrown into a cage, dragged behind the army like a wild beast, and eventually dies, either from torture, disease, or execution. The details are murky, but the message is crystal clear. The king has killed the philosopher. The bond between Mieza and Babylon is severed in blood. Aristotle sits in his study, staring at the scroll containing the news. The grief is compounded by a terrifying realization. He is next. Alexander's paranoia knows no bounds. If the nephew was a traitor, surely the uncle who taught him must be the mastermind. Rumors swirl that Alexander has sent menacing letters to Athens, threatening to punish the sophist who taught the traitor. Aristotle is no longer the honored teacher. He is the suspected conspirator. The man who conquered the world is now haunting the man who explained it. For the next 4 years, Aristotle lives in a state of quiet, high-stakes suspension. He continues to lecture, to walk the peripatos, to dissect his specimens. But he does so with the knowledge that an assassin could arrive with the next ship. The Lyceum is no longer a sanctuary. It is a waiting room. Then, in June of 323 BCE, the world stops. A single ship arrives at Piraeus with black sails. Or perhaps the news comes via a breathless chain of messengers riding horses to death. The impossible has happened. Alexander the Great is dead. He died in a sweaty, feverish delirium in Babylon at the age of 32. The god was mortal after all. The sheer magnitude of the event leaves Athens stunned. It is like the sun simply winking out. For a moment, there is silence, and then the explosion. For the Macedonian garrison in the city, it is a moment of panic. For the anti-Macedonian party, led by the firebrand Demosthenes, it is a moment of delirious, vengeful joy. The cork is out of the bottle. Decades of suppressed rage against Macedonian rule erupt into the streets. Statues are toppled. Speeches are made calling for a war of liberation. The tyrant is dead. Liberty for Athens. The city is drunk on the possibility of freedom. And in the center of this chaotic, swirling vortex stands Aristotle. He is the most visible symbol of Macedon in the city. He is the friend of Antipater, the Macedonian regent. He is the teacher of the dead tyrant. He is the alien who dared to set up a school in Apollo's grove. The protection that held back the wolves for 12 years has evaporated overnight. Aristotle looks at the faces of the Athenians in the agora. They are no longer the curious listeners of the evening walk. They are the mob he warned about in his politics. They are the beast that has slipped its chain. The charges are not long in coming. They do not attack him for his politics directly. That would be too crude. They attack him, as they attacked Socrates, for impiety. A priest named Eurymedon steps forward to accuse Aristotle of honoring the tyrant Hermias with a hymn reserved for a god. It is a flimsy, technical charge, a legal pretext for a political lynching. Aristotle holds the summons in his hand. He knows this script. He knows exactly how this play ends. He remembers Socrates drinking the hemlock in a dark cell, a martyr to a city that loved its laws more than its wisdom. Aristotle stands at the crossroads of his life. He is 61 years old. He has spent his life seeking the truth, defining the virtues, and organizing the cosmos. He is not a coward, but he is also not a martyr. He is a man of phronesis, practical wisdom. He looks at the Acropolis, where the Parthenon stands bright against the blue sky, the symbol of a city that kills its thinkers. He thinks of his family. Pythias has passed away, but he has a new companion, Herpyllis, and 2 young children, including the boy Nicomachus. He has a responsibility to them. He has a responsibility to his work. He turns to his friends, his face calm, his decision made with the swift, cutting logic of a syllogism. "I will not," he says, with a dry, tragic wit that echoes through the ages, "allow the Athenians to sin twice against philosophy." He does not wait for the trial. He does not make a grand speech in the assembly. He packs his library. He packs the metaphysics, the ethics, the biology. He entrusts the Lyceum to Theophrastus, the quiet gardener of Lesbos who has stood by him for decades. He hands over the keys to the kingdom of knowledge. And then, quietly, under the cover of darkness, or perhaps in the grey light of dawn, Aristotle leaves Athens. He walks out of the city he loved, the city he analyzed, the city he tried to teach. He will never see the Lyceum again. The peripatetic has taken his final walk. The road leads north to Chalcis, to his mother's estate, to the silence of the sea. The era of the school is over. The era of the exile has begun. The waters of the Euripus Strait, which separate the island of Euboea from the mainland, are notorious for their treacherous, unpredictable currents. They rush north, then violently switch to rush south, churning and boiling like a cauldron of dark water. As Aristotle's ship cuts through this volatile channel in 323 BCE, carrying him away from the city of his triumph to the city of his mother's birth, the turbulence beneath the hull mirrors the chaos he leaves behind. He stands on the deck, watching the coast of Attica recede into the grey mist. He has escaped the hemlock, but he cannot escape the shadow. For as he flees, a whisper travels on the wind, a rumor so dark, so monstrous, and so pervasive that it will stain his reputation for centuries. It is the story of the poisoned chalice. The world does not merely believe that Aristotle fled because of an impiety charge. A growing number of voices, from the muddy streets of Babylon to the wine shops of Piraeus, are whispering that the philosopher did not just teach the king. They whisper that he killed him. This is the noir chapter of ancient history, a moment where the clear light of logic is swallowed by the fog of conspiracy. The sudden death of Alexander in Babylon was too shocking, too perfectly timed to be accepted as natural. A god does not die of a fever, a god is slain. And who had the motive? Who had the means? Who possessed the knowledge of herbs and toxins deep enough to craft a death that looked like disease? The accusing fingers point back to the Lyceum. The story goes that Aristotle, consumed by a cold, vengeful rage over the murder of his nephew Callisthenes, prepared a poison of terrifying potency. Some legends say it was the icy water of the river Styx, so corrosive that it dissolved iron and pottery, and could only be carried in the hoof of a mule or the horn of a Scythian donkey. They say he gave this lethal vial to Antipater's son Cassander, who carried it to Babylon and slipped it into the king's wine cup during a night of revelry. It is a lie, almost certainly. Modern pathologists look at Alexander's symptoms: the 12 days of sweating sickness, the ascending paralysis, the delirium, and see typhoid, malaria, or West Nile virus. But in the ancient world, truth is often less powerful than the story people want to believe. For Aristotle, this rumor is the ultimate betrayal of his life's work. He spent decades teaching that the purpose of life is virtue, that the magnanimous man does not hold grudges, that reason conquers passion. Now he is cast as the villain in a grand tragedy, the vengeful intellectual who used his science to commit regicide. The irony is bitter enough to choke on. The Athenians hate him because they think he was Alexander's puppet. The Macedonians hate him because they suspect he was Alexander's assassin. He is trapped in the no man's land between two hatreds. The ghost of Callisthenes hangs heavy over this voyage. We must look back at that wound, for it is the source of the infection. The execution of his nephew was not just a family tragedy. It was the moment Aristotle realized that his philosophy had failed to tame the beast. Callisthenes had been the second self, the extension of Aristotle's mind in the court of the conqueror. When he died, dragged in a cage, rotting with disease, or tortured on the rack, a part of Aristotle died with him. It was the death of the hope that wisdom could guide power. Did Aristotle hate Alexander for it? How could he not? He was human. The golden mean does not anesthetize the heart against the murder of one's kin. Perhaps he wrote angry letters, perhaps he spoke words in the privacy of the Lyceum that were overheard by spies. In a totalitarian empire, grief is often mistaken for treason. But the danger Aristotle faces now is not just from the ghost of Alexander. It is from the living machinery of Athenian law. The charge of impiety brought by the priest Eurymedon is technically about a hymn, but functionally, it is a death warrant. We must understand the legal brutality of what he has escaped. An impiety trial in Athens was not a debate. It was a performance of public outrage. The jury would have numbered in the hundreds, 501 citizens, perhaps more, angry, hungry, and looking for a scapegoat for their years of servitude. There would be no judge to enforce rules of evidence. Eurymedon would have waved the hymn to Hermias, claiming Aristotle worshipped a tyrant as a god, while the mob shouted for blood. Logic has no place in such a theater. By leaving, Aristotle has denied them their show. He has denied them the satisfaction of seeing the master of those who know begging for his life, yet the flight itself is a kind of death. He has left behind the library. Think of the scrolls, thousands of them, the labor of a lifetime, stacked on the shelves of the Lyceum, abandoned to the care of Theophrastus. The history of animals, the constitution of the Athenians, the ethics. They are no longer his to touch. He is cut off from his external memory. He has left the map of the world he drew. He travels now with only what he can carry in his mind and a few chests of personal effects. He is accompanied by Herpilis, his devoted companion, the mother of his son, Nicomachus. She is a former slave, perhaps, or a woman of lower status. But in these final dark days, she is the anchor. Aristotle's will, which survives to this day, speaks of her with immense tenderness. He ensures she is taken care of, in recognition of the steady affection she has shown me. In the end, the philosopher who defined the perfect friendship finds solace not in a peer of the intellect, but in a partner of the heart. The ship docks at Chalcis, a city on the long island of Euboea. It is a place of family roots. His mother's estate is here, but it feels like the edge of the world. The house is likely old, smelling of damp stone and the salt sea, a stark contrast to the bustling sunlit colonnades of the Lyceum. There are no students here to walk with. There is no applause. There is only the sound of the wind rattling the shutters and the distant roar of the Euripus currents, which change direction 7 times a day. A natural phenomenon that, legend says, Aristotle becomes obsessed with solving. Some stories even claim he flings himself into the water in frustration at being unable to explain the tide, though this is surely a dramatic fabrication. The truth is quieter and sadder. He is an old man, 62 years of age, his body failing, his stomach plagued by a chronic ailment that has pained him for years. He sits in the garden of his mother's house, wrapped in wool against the island chill. He is the exile. He watches the sun set over the mainland, over the mountains that hide Athens from his view. He thinks of the poisoned chalice, not the literal cup of Alexander, but the cup of fame and influence he drank from so deeply. It tasted sweet when he was the tutor of a prince. It tasted of glory when he founded the Lyceum. But now, at the bottom of the draught, he finds the dregs of bitterness. He has seen the fragility of all human structures. Empires crumble, kings go mad, democracies turn into mobs. Even the strongest logic cannot protect a man from envy. And yet, looking out at the strange, swirling waters of the strait, the biologist in him refuses to close his eyes. He is still watching. He is still wondering why the water moves. The world has rejected him, but he has not rejected the world. He remains, to his very last breath, the observer. To understand the full weight of Aristotle's departure, we must pause on the shoreline of history and look at the ghost he left behind in the courtroom. When Aristotle famously declared he would not let Athens sin twice against philosophy, he was not merely making a witty exit line. He was engaging in a profound dialogue with the dead. The first sin, of course, was the execution of Socrates in 399 BCE. Socrates had chosen to stay. When his friends offered him an escape from prison, the old gadfly refused, arguing that a citizen enters into a tacit contract with the laws of his city. To run away, Socrates believed, would be to destroy the authority of the law itself. He drank the hemlock to prove that the law is supreme, even when it is wrong. Aristotle, however, makes a radically different choice, and in doing so, he defines a new kind of intellectual courage. He does not see the city as a parent to be obeyed at all costs. He sees the city as a vessel for the good life. If the vessel becomes toxic, the rational man does not drink the poison. he finds a new ship. Aristotle's flight is a declaration that philosophy does not belong to the state. Wisdom is cosmopolitan. It can pack its bags. By refusing to become a martyr, Aristotle rejects the tragic ending Socrates embraced. He asserts that a philosopher's primary duty is not to die for a mob, but to live for the truth. He denies the Athenians the catharsis of a sacrifice. There is a quiet, devastating defiance in this. Socrates forced Athens to kill him, leaving a stain of guilt that would haunt the city forever. Aristotle simply turns his back, rendering the city irrelevant to his fate. He treats the angry assembly not as a moral authority, but as a dangerous weather pattern, something to be predicted and avoided. But before he steps onto the boat that carries him to Chalcis, there is a necessary and poignant piece of business to conclude: the succession. The Lyceum cannot be left to the wolves. It needs a new head, a scholarch. The story goes, and it is one of those delightful anecdotes that smells of truth, that the students gathered around the master, anxious to know who would lead them. The two main candidates were Theophrastus of Lesbos and Eudemus of Rhodes. Aristotle, frail and perhaps already holding a cup of wine, did not point a finger. Instead, he asked for a sampling of different wines to ease his stomach. He tasted the Rhodian wine first. "This is truly a strong and sound wine," he remarked, acknowledging the solid, sturdy intellect of Eudemus. Then he tasted the Lesbian wine. He swirled it, savored it, and smiled. "But the Lesbian," he said softly, "is sweeter." With this gentle riddle, the mantle is passed. Theophrastus, the man of the flowers, the botanist, the loyal friend from the lagoon, becomes the heir. It is a perfect choice. Theophrastus shares Aristotle's obsession with the particular, his love for the physical world. He will lead the peripatetic school for the next 35 years, expanding its grounds, growing its library, and planting the seeds of scientific inquiry so deep they will never be uprooted. By handing the keys to Theophrastus, Aristotle ensures that his departure is not an end, but a transition. He leaves the hardware of the school behind, but he safeguards its software. Yet, the most intimate window into Aristotle's soul during these final days is not found in his philosophy, but in his legal paperwork. His last will and testament has survived the ravages of time, preserved by later biographers like Diogenes Laertius. It is a document of startling humanity. In a world where slaves were often treated as disposable tools, Aristotle's will is a testament to his gratitude and care. He does not treat his household as living tools in the end. He treats them as people. He commands that none of his slaves be sold. He orders that upon their coming of age, they be emancipated, set free. He provides specifically for his companion, Herbilis. "We must ensure," he dictates, "that she is not left in want, for she has been good to me." He leaves her a talent of silver, ample furniture, and the choice of residing in his house in Chalcis or his family home in Stagira. He is providing her with dignity. He also looks after his children. His daughter, Pythias, is to be married to Nicanor, a trusted relative, ensuring her safety in a patriarchal world. His son, Nicomachus, the boy for whom the ethics may have been written, is still young. Aristotle appoints a circle of guardians to watch over him, men of honor who will ensure the boy is raised not just with wealth, but with education. This dry legal document vibrates with the anxiety of a dying father. He is trying to extend his protection from beyond the grave. He is trying to build a wall of words to keep his family safe from the chaos that has swallowed the world. There is a profound loneliness in this administrative closure. As he signs the will, perhaps witnessed by a few hurried scratches of a stylus in the flickering light of his final night in Athens, Aristotle must feel the weight of his own exile. He is a man of the polis, yet he is forced to live without one. He is the man who said humans are political animals, yet he is ending his life as a private individual. The flight from Athens is more than a physical journey. It is a spiritual amputation. He is cutting himself off from the conversation. He is leaving the agora, the theater, the assembly, the very laboratories where he studied human nature. As the coastline of Attica fades, Aristotle is not just a refugee. He is the last survivor of the Golden Age. Socrates is long dead. Plato is dead. Alexander is dead. Demosthenes is hunted. The great lights are going out one by one. Aristotle stands on the deck, a small figure wrapped in a cloak, watching the white foam of the wake. He is carrying the entire intellectual heritage of Greece in his head. He is the bridge between the mythic past and the scientific future. But bridges are lonely places. They connect two shores, but they belong to neither. He turns his face toward Euboea, toward the quiet house by the rushing water. He is done with saving cities. He is done with teaching kings. Now, he has only one student left to instruct: himself. He must teach himself how to die. The house in Chalcis sits on the edge of the sea, its stone walls porous to the damp salt air that rolls off the Euripus Strait. It is 322 BCE, the final year of Aristotle's life. The frantic noise of Athens, the shouting of the assembly, the scraping of sandals in the Lyceum, the political accusations, has been replaced by a single relentless sound: the rushing of water. The Euripus is a geographical anomaly, a narrow channel where the tide behaves with a manic, inexplicable violence, reversing its flow 7 times a day. For a man who spent his life insisting that nature follows rational laws, this chaotic water is a final taunt. It is a puzzle that refuses to be solved. Aristotle sits in the courtyard, wrapped in heavy wool, watching the current swirl and boil. Legend will later say that he threw himself into the water in a fit of despair, crying, "Since I cannot grasp the Euripus, let the Euripus grasp me." But this is the melodrama of lesser minds. Aristotle does not drown himself in the mystery. He studies it. Even as his body fails, his mind remains a lantern held up against the dark, observing the water's rhythm, noting the wind, looking for the cause. He is a scientist to the bitter end, but the body is failing. The stomach ailment that has plagued him for years, likely a cancer or a severe ulcer, has returned with a vengeance. The pain is a sharp physical reminder that the biologist is, after all, a biological specimen. He observes his own decay with the same detached precision he once applied to the dissection of a chameleon. He notes the cooling of the extremities, the failing of the appetite, the rebellion of the gut. He knows the signs. He has written about the processes of generation and corruption. Now, he is the subject matter. There is no panic in this realization, only a quiet resignation. He knows that the union of form and matter that constitutes Aristotle is beginning to unravel. The wax is melting, the seal is fading. These final months are a time of profound isolation. Chalcis is a backwater compared to the metropolis of Athens or the royal capital of Pella. There are no great libraries here, no symposiums of brilliant peers. He is surrounded by his family, her Herpilis, his children, his servants, but intellectually, he is alone. He must look back on his life and wonder at the strange shape it took. He was the tutor of the man who conquered the world, yet he dies in exile. He founded the greatest school in history, yet he had to flee it like a criminal. He wrote the laws of logic, yet he lived in an era of irrational violence. There is a melancholy irony in his position. He is the man who defined happiness as activity in accordance with virtue over a complete life. As he sits by the strait, he must ask himself, was my life complete? Was it happy? He thinks of Plato. The old wrestler poet has been dead for 25 years, yet his voice must echo loudly in the silence of Colchis. They had argued so fiercely about the forms, about the soul, about the value of poetry. But now, at the end, the differences seem smaller than the shared devotion to the life of the mind. Aristotle realizes that he and Plato were two sides of the same coin, the two necessary poles of Western thought. He thinks of Alexander, the golden boy in the caves of Mieza, the terrifying god-king in Babylon. That wound never healed. The death of Callisthenes stands between them, a wall of blood. Aristotle knows that his philosophy failed to save Alexander from himself. The logic could not contain the lust for glory. It is the one great failure in a life of triumphs. Yet, there is peace in the small things. Herpilis brings him warm wine mixed with herbs to dull the pain. She is the presence of the friendship of virtue in his final days. Or perhaps a mix of virtue, utility, and pleasure that defies his own categories. She tends to him with a devotion that no syllogism can explain. He watches his children playing in the garden. Nicomachus is just a boy, unaware that his name will one day be stamped on the cover of the most famous book on ethics ever written. Aristotle watches him run, seeing the potentiality in the child's limbs, the actuality waiting to unfold. He realizes that life does not end with him. The form is passed on, the species endures. Man begets man, he once wrote. It is the simple, biological immortality he believed in. The pain grows worse. The doctors of Colchis, provincial men with crude remedies, offer aconite or poppy juice, but they cannot stop the inevitable. Aristotle begins to detach from the world of the senses. The sensitive soul is dimming. The sights and sounds of the harbor become distant. He retreats into the rational soul, into the fortress of the mind. He contemplates the unmoved mover, the eternal silent perfection that draws all things to itself. He is no longer analyzing it. He is approaching it. He is preparing to stop moving. He is preparing to become a memory. In these final hours, the vast library of his mind, the thousands of facts, the hundreds of arguments, the maps of the stars and the seafloor, begins to close its doors. The categorization stops. The what is it falls silent. He is left with the simple fact of existence. He is a substance. He is a being. And soon, he will return to the elements. The fire in his body will rise to the sphere of fire. The earth in his bones will return to the dust. The water in his blood will rejoin the chaotic currents of the Euripus. And the soul, the active intellect? That remains the final question mark, the one door he left ajar. Death comes for the philosopher not with a bang, but with a quiet exhale. It is October 320 BCE. The wind from the strait rattles the shutters one last time. The great machine of logic shuts down. the eyes that saw the order in the chaos close forever. Aristotle, the son of Nicomachus, the student of Plato, the teacher of Alexander, the master of those who know, is dead. The silence in the room is heavy, but it is not empty. It is filled with the echo of his work. He has left behind a skeleton of thought so strong that it will support the weight of the next 2,000 years. The man is gone, but the method remains. The organon, the tool, is lying on the table, waiting for the next hand to pick it up. Outside, the Euripus current slows, stops, and then, with a violent shudder, reverses its flow. The water rushes back the way it came, indifferent to the death of the man who tried to understand it. The natural world continues its rhythmic, purposeful dance. The sun sets, the moon rises, the tides turn. Aristotle is dead, but the world he described, the world of cause and effect, of form and matter, of potential and acts, is more alive than ever. He has not just lived in the world, he has given the world a language to speak, and as the night falls over Colchis, the first stars appear, wheeling in their perfect eternal circles, moving in the dark for the love of God. When a man dies, his breath vanishes into the air, his body returns to the earth, but his thoughts, if he is lucky, remain trapped in ink. In the days following Aristotle's death, in 322 BCE, a silence descends upon the house in Chalcis, but a flurry of activity begins around his chests. The physical legacy of the philosopher consists of hundreds of scrolls. The lecture notes, the anatomical diagrams, the lists of athletic victors, the constitutions of cities. These are not the polished, published works. The elegant dialogues that Cicero would later describe as a river of gold, but the dense, difficult, working papers of the school. They are the esoteric treatises meant only for the eyes of the initiated students of the Lyceum. And their survival is one of the most precarious and bizarre suspense stories in the history of literature. If history had turned just a fraction of a degree differently, the name Aristotle would be nothing more than a footnote today, a rumor of a wise man whose wisdom was eaten by worms. The journey begins safely enough. Theophrastus, the loyal successor, inherits the library. He cares for these scrolls for 3 decades, adding his own brilliant works on botany and character. But when Theophrastus dies in 287 BCE, he makes a decision that nearly destroys Western philosophy. He does not leave the library to the Lyceum as an institution. He leaves it to his favorite student, a man named Neleus of Sepsis. Neleus packs the crates, the metaphysics, the physics, the Nicomachean ethics, and takes them home to Asia Minor, to the small provincial town of Skepsis. Here, the intellectual heritage of Greece is removed from the capital of thought and placed in a private house, far from the eyes of scholars. And then, the politics of book collecting intervene. The kings of Pergamum, the Attalids, are building a great library to rival the one in Alexandria. They are aggressive collectors, known to seize books from private citizens to fill their royal shelves. Neleus's heirs, simple people who do not understand the philosophy but understand the value of property, panic. They do not want the king's agents to steal their inheritance. So, they do something unthinkable. They take the scrolls of Aristotle, the only copies in existence of his major scientific and philosophical works, and they bury them. They hide them in a trench or a cellar, essentially a hole in the ground, to keep them safe from the tax collectors. For nearly 200 years, the mind of Aristotle lies in the dark. Imagine the scene, the damp earth, the scuttling of beetles, the slow, silent work of mold and rot. While the world above argues about Stoicism and Epicureanism, the foundational texts of logic are being chewed on by moths. The moisture seeps into the papyrus, gluing pages together, erasing lines of text, turning genius into mush. It is a terrifying image of fragility. The unmoved mover is being eaten by larvae. During this dark age of the text, the world knows Aristotle only by his exoteric works, the dialogues he wrote for the public. These were famous, beautiful, and widely read. But they are not the rigorous, systematic science we know today. The Aristotle of the Hellenistic age is a shadowy figure, respected but not fully understood, because his hard drive is buried in a Turkish basement. Around 100 BCE, a wealthy, eccentric bibliophile named Apellicon of Teos arrives in Skepsis. He hears rumors of a hidden cache of ancient books. He finds the heirs, who are likely tired of guarding a rotting treasure, and buys the collection for a high price. When he pulls the scrolls from the cellar, they are in a sorry state. They are brittle, worm-eaten, and crumbling. Apellicon brings them back to Athens, trembling with excitement. He tries to fix them. He copies the texts onto fresh papyrus, but because of the damage, there are huge gaps, sentences that end in midair, arguments that dissolve into holes. Apellicon, who is more of a fan than a scholar, fills in the blanks himself, often guessing wrong. The text is saved, but it is scarred. It is a reconstructed mosaic, held together by glue and guesswork. But the drama is not over. History has one more violent twist in store. In 86 BCE, the Roman general Sulla, a man of terrifying ruthlessness, besieges Athens. The city has foolishly sided with Rome's enemy, Mithridates. Sulla breaks through the walls and unleashes a bloodbath. When the slaughter stops, Sulla turns his eyes to the plunder. He is an educated warlord, and he knows the value of Apellicon's library. He seizes the scrolls as war booty. The works of Aristotle are packed into crates once again, loaded onto Roman galleys, and shipped across the Adriatic to the capital of the New World Empire. The philosopher enters Rome not as a teacher, but as a prisoner of war. In Rome, the scrolls eventually fall into the hands of a serious scholar, Tyrannian, and finally Andronicus of Rhodes, the 11th head of the peripatetic school. Andronicus is the hero of this story. He looks at the messy, jumbled piles of papyrus, the lecture notes, the scraps, the half-finished essays, and he imposes order. He is the ultimate editor. He groups the works by subject. He puts all the logical treatises together and calls them the organon. He puts the works on nature together and calls them the physics. And then he finds a pile of difficult, abstract treatises on being qua being and theology. He doesn't know what to call them, so he simply places them after the physics books on the shelf. He titles them the Metaphysica, the stuff after the physics. He accidentally invents the word metaphysics. This edition, produced by Andronicus around 60 BCE, is the Aristotle we have today. Every time you open a modern copy of the Ethics or the Politics, you are reading the arrangement of Andronicus, the golden dialogues that the ancients loved. They are gone, lost in the fires of time. We are left with the lecture notes, the dry, dense, repetitive, brilliant skeleton of the system. It is a strange irony. We know the greatest stylist of antiquity only by his rough drafts. It is as if Shakespeare were known only by his stage directions, or Einstein by the scribbles on his chalkboard. Yet this survival is miraculous enough. By the time Rome rises to its zenith under Augustus, Aristotle is back. He has survived the cellar, the moths, the sea voyage, and the sack of Athens. His ideas begin to percolate through the Roman mind. Cicero reads him, though he prefers Plato. The Roman jurists use his logic to sharpen their laws. Galen, the great doctor, builds his medicine on Aristotle's biology. The skeleton is reassembled, but as the Roman Empire begins its long, slow slide into decay, a new threat emerges. Not moths, but forgetfulness. The lights are going out in Europe. The ability to read Greek is fading in the West. The scrolls are safe for now, sitting in the libraries of Rome and Constantinople. But the minds capable of understanding them are becoming fewer and fewer. The master of those who know is about to face a new kind of silence, the silence of the Middle Ages. But far to the east, in the desert sands where Alexander once marched, a new civilization is waking up, and it is hungry for wisdom. The torch is about to pass from the toga to the turban. The sun that sets on the ruined forums of Rome rises, blazing and merciless, over the round city of Baghdad. It is the 9th century, and while Europe huddles in the long, drafty twilight of the Dark Ages, forgetting how to read Greek, forgetting how to make concrete, and forgetting the syllogism, the banks of the Tigris are humming with the greatest intellectual project in human history. Here, in the heart of the Abbasid Caliphate, the ghost of Aristotle finds a new and magnificent home. He is no longer the master in a Greek tunic. He is Al-Muallim Al-Awwal, the first teacher. He wears the robes of the desert, and his logic is discussed not over wine in the Lyceum, but over mint tea in the House of Wisdom, Bait al-Hikmah. To understand how the West survived its own amnesia, we must walk through the cool, tiled halls of this grand library, breathing in the scent of rosewater and fresh ink, and witness the moment when the torch was passed from the hand of the failing Roman to the hand of the rising Arab. The story of this preservation is one of the great romances of the mind. It begins with a dream. Legend says that the Caliph Al-Mamun, a ruler of immense curiosity, fell asleep one night and dreamed of a man with pale skin, blue eyes, and a high forehead sitting on his throne. "Who are you?" the Caliph asked. "I am Aristotle," the spirit replied. They spoke of what is good and reasonable. When the Caliph woke, he took it as a divine sign. He dispatched emissaries to Byzantium, the shrinking remnant of the Roman Empire, not to ask for gold or weapons, but to ask for old books. The camels returned laden with dusty manuscripts that the Byzantine monks had largely ignored. These were the works of the ancients. And so the great translation movement began. In the scriptoriums of Baghdad, an army of scholars, Muslims, Jews, and Nestorian Christians, works side by side. They are paid in gold, the weight of the book matching the weight of the coin. It is a society that values knowledge with a fervor that borders on obsession. They take the difficult, knotty Greek of Aristotle and turn it first into Syriac, and then into the fluid, poetic, and precise Arabic. This is not a mechanical task. Aristotle is hard. His Greek is compressed and technical. To translate him, you must understand him. These scholars have to invent new Arabic words for substance, accident, essence, and potentiality. They are not just translating a language, they are expanding the architecture of their own tongue to accommodate new way of thinking. Among these scholars rises a giant, whose shadow stretches across both East and West. Ibn Sina, known to the Europeans as Avicenna. Born in 980 CE in Bukhara, Avicenna is a prodigy of terrifying intelligence. By the age of 10, he has memorized the Quran. By 16, he is a practicing physician. But there is one book that defeats him. He buys a copy of Aristotle's Metaphysics in a book bazaar for a cheap price. He reads it again. He reads it 40 times until he has memorized every word, but he cannot understand it. The text is too dense, too alien. He despairs, thinking that philosophy is beyond him. Then, one day, he finds a commentary by an earlier scholar, Al-Farabi. He takes it home, reads it, and suddenly, the lock turns. The structure of Aristotle's universe clicks into place. Avicenna is so overwhelmed with joy that he runs to the mosque to pray and distributes alms to the poor. Avicenna does not just preserve Aristotle, he remixes him. He fuses Aristotelian logic with Islamic theology and a Neoplatonic mysticism. He creates a system where the unmoved mover becomes the necessary being, God, from whom all existence flows like light from the sun. He takes the dry bones of the Greek text and gives them a soul. His massive encyclopedia, the Book of Healing, becomes the standard text of philosophy for centuries. He proves that faith and reason are not enemies. They are twin paths to the same truth. Through Avicenna, Aristotle becomes a monotheist. But if Avicenna is the mystic interpreter, the man who rises in the West, in the glittering, sophisticated caliphate of Cordoba, Spain, is the strict lawyer. His name is Ibn Rushd, known to history as Averroes. Born in 1126, Averroes is the supreme rationalist. He looks at the layers of interpretation that have piled up on Aristotle over the centuries. The Neoplatonic fluff, the mystical additions, and he wants to scrape them off. He wants the pure, unadulterated Aristotle. He spends his life writing 3 levels of commentaries on the Aristotelian corpus, the short, the middle, and the long. He goes line by line, explaining exactly what the master meant. He argues that the universe is eternal, a dangerous idea for a religious man, and that there is only one active intellect shared by all humans. Averroes reveres Aristotle with a devotion that borders on worship. Aristotle, he writes, is the rule and model which nature developed to show the limit of human perfection. To Averroes, Aristotle is not just a man. He is the intellect personified. He defends philosophy against the attacks of theologians like Al-Ghazali, who claim that philosophers were incoherent. Averroes writes, "The incoherence of the incoherence," a devastating rebuttal in which he argues that the Quran commands us to study the world, and since logic is the best way to study the world, religion commands us to use logic. He saves the syllogism from the pulpit. It is in Spain, in the libraries of Cordoba and Toledo, that the circle begins to close. While the northern Europeans are fighting in the mud, the cities of Al-Andalus are paved, lit by street lamps, and filled with books. There are 70 libraries in Cordoba alone. Here, Jewish scholars like Maimonides read Averroes and Aristotle in Arabic. Maimonides, the greatest Jewish philosopher, writes The Guide for the Perplexed, trying to reconcile the Torah with Aristotelian physics. He argues that when the Bible speaks of God having a hand or anger, it is speaking metaphorically, for reason tells us that the unmoved mover has no body and no passions. The logic of the Lyceum is now structuring the Hebrew scriptures. The atmosphere of this golden age is one of immense quiet dignity. Imagine Averroes in his courtyard in Cordoba, the sound of a fountain trickling nearby, the scent of orange blossoms in the air. He sits with a manuscript of the De Anima, writing in the margins with a reed pen. He is lonely in his genius, suspected by the more conservative caliphs, eventually exiled for his dangerous ideas. But he keeps writing. He knows that the truth is resilient. He is the guardian of the flame. He does not know that just a few hundred miles to the north, across the border between the Muslim and Christian worlds, curious monks are beginning to whisper about the hidden books of the Arabs. The transmission is about to happen. In the city of Toledo, which falls to the Christians in 1085, a unique translation school is established. It is a border zone, a place where Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin mix. Archbishop Raymond of Toledo realizes the treasure trove sitting in the city's libraries. He hires teams of translators, often a Jew, to translate the Arabic into spoken Romance, Spanish, and a Christian to translate the Romance into Latin. It is a game of telephone played with the highest stakes imaginable. Through this filter, the Aristotle of Baghdad and Cordoba begins to flow back into Paris, Oxford, and Bologna. But he returns changed. He is no longer just the Greek observer. He is wearing the commentary of Averroes like a heavy cloak. When the texts finally reach the universities of Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries, they arrive with the name Averroes stamped on every page. For a long time, Latin scholars will simply refer to Aristotle as the philosopher and Averroes as the commentator. You could not read one without the other. The Arab keepers did not just warehouse the goods, they upgraded them. They tested the logic, refined the medicine, and expanded the astronomy. As the sun sets on the Islamic Golden Age, shadows lengthening over the Alhambra, the work is done. The vast, intricate machinery of Aristotelian thought has been oiled and polished. It is ready for the next great collision. A young, heavy-set friar in Italy is about to pick up these books. Books that have traveled from Athens to Rome, Rome to Baghdad, Baghdad to Cordoba, and Cordoba to Naples. He will open them and find not a heathen threat, but a divine revelation of order. The first teacher is about to meet the angelic doctor. The long exile is over. Aristotle is coming home. The books arrive in Paris, not as welcomed guests, but as contraband. It is the early 13th century, and the narrow, muddy streets of the left bank, the Latin Quarter, are buzzing with a rumor that is shaking the foundations of Christendom. For centuries, the intellectual diet of Europe has been meager. The Bible, the Church Fathers, and a few scraps of Plato's Timaeus. But now, merchants and monks crossing the Pyrenees from Spain are bringing with them a new and terrifying cargo. They are bringing the Libri Naturals, the books on nature. They are bringing the physics, the metaphysics, and the De Anima of Aristotle. These are not the simple logic manuals the monks have used for generations. These are dangerous, totalizing explanations of the universe that require no God, no creation, and no faith to function. The reaction of the authorities is swift and fearful. In 1210, a local synod in Paris forbids the teaching of Aristotle's natural philosophy under pain of excommunication. The Pope senses a threat. If the world can be explained by reason alone, what need is there for revelation? The master has returned, but he is treated like a virus. Yet, you cannot ban a storm. The students, hungry for a knowledge that explains the teeth of a horse and the motion of the stars, read the scrolls in secret. They huddle in candlelit cellars, deciphering the Latin translations of Gerard of Cremona and Michael Scott, men who spent their lives in Toledo, turning Arabic into the universal language of the Church. The intellectual pressure builds until the dam bursts. The band fails, not because the Church is weak, but because the hunger for truth is too strong. Into this breach steps a man who looks nothing like a revolutionary. He is a massive, heavy-set friar of the Dominican order, so quiet and slow in speech that his fellow students call him the dumb ox. His name is Thomas Aquinas. Aquinas sees what the panicked bishops cannot, that Aristotle is not an enemy to be destroyed, but a giant to be baptized. He sits in his cell at the University of Paris, his table groaning under the weight of the new translations, and begins the greatest synthesis in the history of Western thought. He reads the Arab commentaries of Averroes, whom he respects deeply but corrects firmly. He reads the Greek text. He looks at the unmoved mover and sees not a cold, indifferent motor, but the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob viewed through a telescope. He looks at Aristotle's virtue ethics and sees the natural foundation upon which Christian charity can be built. Aquinas argues that there are two books of God, the book of Scripture and the book of nature. Since both are written by the same author, they cannot contradict each other. If Aristotle says the earth is round and the Bible seems to say it is flat, then we must have misunderstood the Bible. For reason is also a gift from God. With a patient, plodding, unstoppable intellect, Aquinas weaves the wires of Greek logic into the fabric of Catholic theology. He writes the Summa Theologica, a cathedral of words that mirrors the Gothic cathedrals rising outside his window. In it, he uses the Aristotelian method of objection and reply, the disputatio, to answer every conceivable question about God, man, and angels. He takes the dangerous pagan and turns him into the pillar of the Church. The transformation is absolute. Within a few decades, the curriculum of every university in Europe, Paris, Oxford, Bologna, Salamanca, is rewritten. Aristotle is no longer just a philosopher. He is the philosopher, il filosofo. To study arts meant to study Aristotle. To become a doctor of theology meant mastering the physics. The scholastic method dominates the mind of the West. It is a method of rigorous definition, division, and syllogism. Students are trained to think in precise categories. They debate whether the world is eternal. Aristotle said yes, the Church said no. And they learn to make subtle distinctions to avoid heresy. The intellectual landscape of the High Middle Ages becomes a vast, orderly garden planted in rows of Aristotelian logic. The chaotic, muddy world of the Dark Ages is paved over with the clean white marble of the Lyceum. Even the poets bow their heads. Dante Alighieri, in his Divine Comedy, travels through hell and reaches the first circle, limbo, the place of the virtuous pagans. There, in a green meadow within a castle of 7 walls, he sees the great spirits of antiquity. I raised my eyes a little higher, Dante writes, and saw the master of those who know, sitting amidst the philosophic family. Aristotle is seated higher than Socrates, higher than Plato. He is the king of the human mind. The integration is so complete that for the next 300 years, to disagree with Aristotle is not just to be wrong, it is to be insane. If Aristotle said that heavy objects fall faster than light ones, then they do. If he said that the heart is the seat of thought, then it is. His word becomes the received view, a new kind of scripture that governs the physical world just as the Bible governs the spiritual. But there is a price to be paid for this dominance. As the centuries wear on, the fresh, radical spirit of inquiry that drove Aristotle to dissect hedgehogs and question the tides begins to ossify. The scholastics fall in love with the texts, but they forget the method. They stop looking at the world and start looking only at the books. They debate endlessly about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, using rigorous Aristotelian logic to solve imaginary problems. The authority of Aristotle becomes a wall that blocks the view of nature. The man who urged his students to trust their eyes is now used to blind them. The system becomes rigid, brittle, and defensive. It becomes a fortress that must be defended against any new idea. When the early stirrings of the Renaissance begin, when men like Petrarch and Erasmus start looking for a fresher, more human voice, they will eventually have to rebel against the scholastic Aristotle. They will have to tear down the statue to find the man again. But that rebellion is yet to come. For now, in the golden afternoon of the 13th century, the synthesis holds. The friction between Athens and Jerusalem has produced a brilliant light. The friars in their rough wool habits walk the cloisters debating the active intellect with the passion of lovers. The universities are booming, filled with young men from every corner of Europe speaking Latin, the language of Aristotle's translators. The West has recovered its memory. It has learned how to think again. The skeleton of civilization has been reset. And as the intellectual capital of the world shifts from the madrasas of Baghdad to the lecture halls of Paris, the spirit of the Lyceum finds itself wearing a crucifix, strange and beautiful, an ancient pagan heart beating within the chest of a Christian body. The first teacher has become the grandfather of the modern university, and his logic is the mortar holding the bricks of the new Europe together. The long journey of the scrolls is over. They are open, they are read, and the mind of Europe is wide awake, preparing to paint its dreams on the ceiling of the world. The camera of history moves now to the year 1509, gliding through the marble corridors of the Vatican Palace in Rome. The air is thick with the smell of wet plaster and the restless ambition of Pope Julius II, the warrior pope who is determined to make Rome the new Athens. In a small room known as the Stanza della Segnatura, the room of the signature, where the Pope signs his decrees, a young artist from Urbino is standing on a scaffold, his neck craned back, a brush in his hand. His name is Raphael Sanzio. He is painting a fresco that will become the definitive image of Western philosophy. He calls it the School of Athens. It is a gathering of ghosts, a fantasy dinner party where every great mind of antiquity is resurrected to stand under a single coffered archway. But amidst the crowd of mathematicians, astronomers, and brooding solitaries, the eye is drawn inevitably to the center, to the two figures walking toward us, framed by the blue sky. On the left is Plato, depicted as an old man with the face of Leonardo da Vinci, carrying his Timaeus. He raises his right hand, pointing a single finger straight up toward the heavens. It is the gesture of the idealist. Look up. The truth is there, in the eternal forms, in the mind of God. Beside him walks Aristotle. He is younger, handsome, dressed in the robes of a successful scholar, carrying his ethics. And his hand makes a different gesture. He holds his palm flat, hovering over the earth, spreading his fingers as if to steady the ground. It is the gesture of the realist. Stay here. The truth is in the world, in the things we can see and touch and measure. In this single, silent exchange of hands, Raphael captures the tension that has driven the last 2,000 years of human thought. The vertical and the horizontal. The mystic and the scientist. The soul and the body. It is the visual climax of the story we have been telling. Aristotle is no longer the exile of Chalcis, nor the forgotten author in the cellar, nor even the dry authority of the medieval monks. He has been reborn as a vibrant living force, the equal partner of the divine Plato, standing in the very heart of the Christian papacy. This painting marks the zenith of the Renaissance, a period that treated Aristotle with a complex new passion. The humanists, men like Petrarch, Erasmus, and Thomas More, had grown tired of the dry, logic-chopping Aristotle of the scholastics. They were bored by the endless debates about angels and definitions. They wanted the real Aristotle. They went back to the Greek. They hunted for new manuscripts. The printing press, invented just a few decades earlier, became the engine of this revival. In Venice, the great printer Aldus Manutius began churning out the first printed editions of Aristotle in the original Greek. The Aldine Aristotle was a revelation. Scholars realized that the first teacher was not just a logic machine. He was a biologist, a student of politics, a lover of literature. They scrubbed off the medieval varnish to find the vibrant colors of the original thinker. But there is a tragic irony hidden in Raphael's masterpiece. Just as Aristotle is being painted as the pillar of wisdom, the ground beneath his feet is beginning to crack. The very tools he gave the world, logic, observation, the demand for proof, are about to be turned against him. The Renaissance is not just a rebirth of the old, it is the birth pang of the new. And the new science is hungry. It is not content to read books. It wants to read the world. To the north, in Poland, a quiet canon named Nicholas Copernicus is staring at the sky and realizing that Aristotle's cosmology, the beautiful, comforting system of crystal spheres with the earth at the center, is wrong. The math doesn't work. The earth is moving. This is not just a correction. It is an assassination attempt on the Aristotelian universe. If the earth moves, then Aristotle's physics of natural places collapses. If the earth is just another planet, then the division between the corruptible earth and the perfect heavens is a lie. And in Italy, a bearded mathematics professor named Galileo Galilei is about to commit the ultimate act of Aristotelian rebellion. He is going to test Aristotle's claims. Aristotle had taught that heavy objects fall faster than light ones. It made sense logically. It felt true. For 2,000 years, everyone nodded and said, "Yes, of course." Galileo says, "Let's look." Euge's legend says he climbed the Leaning Tower of Pisa and dropped 2 balls of different weights. They hit the ground at the same time. Whether the story is literally true or not, the experiment changed the world. It proved that authority is not truth. Just because the master of those who know said it, doesn't make it so. The fall is swift and brutal. The scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries is, in many ways, a war against Aristotle. Francis Bacon, the father of the scientific method, calls Aristotle a dictator who enslaved natural philosophy with words. René Descartes tries to wipe the slate clean, doubting everything Aristotle ever taught. They mock the scholastics, who refuse to look through the telescope because they are afraid of finding something that contradicts the physics. Aristotle, once the hero, becomes the villain. He becomes the symbol of the old, stagnant, dusty past that must be swept away to make room for progress. He is the old order that the young scientists must overthrow. Yet, if we look closely at Raphael's painting again, we see something that the angry young scientists missed. Aristotle is not looking at the sky with arrogance. He is looking at his friend Plato. He is engaged in a dialogue. He never claimed to be a god. He never asked to be worshipped. He was the man who said, "Plato is my friend, but truth is a better friend." The tragedy of the scientific revolution is that it mistook the followers for the leader. The dogmatic, rigid Aristotle of the late universities was a caricature. The real Aristotle, the man of the lagoon, the man who dissected the cuttlefish, the man who changed his mind when the facts changed, would have been the first to look through Galileo's telescope. He would have been delighted to see the moons of Jupiter. He would have rewritten his books on the spot. He was not the enemy of science. He was its grandfather. The children were rebelling against the father, using the very independence he taught them. As the 16th century bleeds into the 17th, the intellectual map of Europe is redrawn. The Aristotelian monopoly is broken. Physics becomes mathematics, not philosophy. Biology becomes chemistry. The four causes are reduced to just one: mechanical cause and effect. The world is no longer an organism striving for perfection. It is a clockwork machine ticking in the void. The unmoved mover is retired to the nursing home of theology. But Aristotle does not vanish. He retreats to the highlands of human thought, where science cannot reach. Ethics and politics. You cannot find virtue in a test tube. You cannot measure happiness with a ruler. When the modern world gets tired of the cold, mechanical universe, when it wonders how to live a good life, how to build a just city, how to be a friend, it finds Aristotle waiting. The scientists took the body of the world, but Aristotle kept its soul. The sun sets on the Vatican. Raphael's paint dries, locking the two giants in their eternal debate. The tourists and the cardinals leave the stanza. The room goes dark, but in the shadows, the finger of Aristotle still points to the earth. He is reminding us that we live here, not in the data cloud, not in the abstract equations, but here, in the messy, beautiful, tangible reality of human life. The revolution will strip him of his crown, but it cannot strip him of his humanity. He waits in the fresco, patient as stone, knowing that eventually the wheel will turn again. The modern age is about to begin, and it will try to forget him. But as we shall see in the final moments of our journey, you cannot forget the man who taught you how to remember. Open your eyes to the room around you. Look at the glowing screen on which you are reading these words, or the smartphone resting on the nightstand. Listen to the hum of the refrigerator, the distant drone of a jet engine, the invisible pulse of the Wi-Fi signal connecting you to the hive mind of the planet. It feels as though we have traveled 1,000,000 miles from the olive groves of the Lyceum. We live in a world of quantum mechanics, genetic engineering, and artificial intelligence. A world that Aristotle could not have dreamed of in his wildest speculations. The bronze statues have been melted down, The papyrus has turned to dust. The Greek language has retreated to the classroom. It would be easy to say that the story of Aristotle ends here, that he is nothing more than a marble bust in a museum, a relic of a childhood we have outgrown. But look closer, peel back the skin of the modern world, and you will find that the bones underneath are still Greek. If Western civilization has a skeleton, it is still the one Aristotle assembled. Consider the very device that powers our age, the computer. At its heart, every processor is doing one thing billions of times a second. It is making a choice, true or false, 1 or 0, current flows, or it does not. This binary system is the great-grandchild of the syllogism. When the 19th century mathematician George Boole invented the algebra of logic that makes coding possible, he explicitly stated he was mathematicalizing the logic of Aristotle. Every time you write a line of code, if x is greater than y, then do z, you are speaking in the grammatical structure Aristotle invented in the 4th century BCE. He is the ghost in the machine. He taught us that the world could be broken down into discrete, logical steps, that reasoning could be mechanized. The artificial intelligence that now mimics human thought is built on the very laws of non-contradiction and classification that were first scratched onto a wax tablet in Athens. We have built a digital lyceum, and the first teacher is still the administrator. Shift your gaze from the screen to the natural world. When Charles Darwin, the father of modern biology, was an old man, he received a translation of Aristotle's biological works. He read them with growing astonishment. He realized that the ancient philosopher had seen things, the breeding habits of crustaceans, the hearts of birds, that modern science was only just rediscovering. Darwin wrote to a friend, "Linnaeus and Cuvier have been my two gods, but they were mere schoolboys to old Aristotle." It was the ultimate tribute. Even though we have discarded his Scala Naturae for the tree of life, and his teleology for natural selection, the impulse to look, to name, and to categorize is his legacy. Every time a scientist discovers a new species of beetle and asks, what is its genus? What is its difference? They are playing the game Aristotle invented. He taught us to love the diversity of the earth. He taught us that the mud is holy because it is full of life. But perhaps his most urgent legacy is found not in our machines or our museums, but in our moral confusion. For centuries, the modern world tried to build ethics without character. We tried utilitarianism, calculating the greatest happiness for the greatest number. We tried deontology, following rigid universal rules of duty. But these systems often felt cold and inhuman. In the late 20th century, philosophers began to realize that we had lost something. We had lost the question, what kind of person should I be? And so, the world has returned to virtue ethics. In hospitals, in boardrooms, and in schools, we are once again asking about character, about habits, about flourishing. We are realizing that you cannot write a rule book for every situation. You need wisdom. You need phronesis. When a modern bioethicist asks, is it virtuous to edit the human genome? They are sitting at the feet of the master. When we tell our children to practice kindness until it becomes a habit, we are echoing the Nicomachean ethics. The golden mean is still the best compass we have for navigating the storms of the human heart. And what of the man himself? He has faded into the mist of history, obscured by the very tradition he created. We don't know what he really looked like. The busts we have are Roman copies of copies. We don't know the sound of his voice, though the lisp is a charming detail that refuses to die. We don't know where his bones lie. The tomb in Chalkis has long been lost to the earth. But in a strange way, his anonymity is his triumph. He didn't want to be a guru. He didn't want to be a messiah. He wanted to be a lens. He wanted us to look through him, not at him. He wanted to give us the tools to see the world for ourselves. And in that, he succeeded beyond measure. He is the invisible syntax of our thoughts. He is the common sense of the West. When you say that's illogical, you are an Aristotelian. When you ask, what is the purpose of this, you are an Aristotelian. When you say, one swallow does not make a summer, you are quoting the man who watched the birds return to the Ilissos 23 centuries ago. So we leave him where we found him, in the middle of the conversation. He is not resting in peace. He is arguing in the seminar rooms, debating in the laboratories, and whispering in the codes of the internet. He is the unmoved mover of our intellectual lives, the silent source of the structures we use to understand reality. The sun sets on the ruins of the Lyceum today. The sycamore trees are gone, and the gymnasium is a dust-blown archaeological site surrounded by the traffic of modern Athens. But close your eyes, and you can still hear the crunch of sandals on the gravel. You can still hear the voice, calm, rational, endlessly curious, asking the next question. The walk continues. The inquiry is not over. As long as human beings look at the stars and ask why, and look at each other and ask how should we live, Aristotle is walking beside us, pointing not to the sky and not to the ground, but to the path straight ahead. The peripatos never ends. The fire in the hearth has burned down to glowing embers, casting a soft, pulsing light across the room. The long scroll of history is finally rolled up and put away on the shelf. The voices of the debaters in the agora have faded into the silence of the centuries. The clash of Alexander's armies has quieted into the dust. The scratching of the quill pens in the scriptoriums of Baghdad has stopped. The heavy golden labor of thinking is done for the day. It is time to let the logic go. It is time to let the categories dissolve. Feel the weight of your own body resting now, supported by the bed, just as the earth supports the mountains and the sea. You do not need to analyze anything anymore. You do not need to find the cause or the purpose. You simply need to be. Let your breath become slow and rhythmic, rising and falling like the tides of the Euripus, but gentle, predictable, and calm. The world is vast and complex, but you are safe here, in this small, warm space of the present moment. Think of the Lyceum at night. The students are asleep. The library is dark. The wind rustles the leaves of the plane trees, a soft, hushing sound that blankets the earth. The stars are wheeling overhead in their perfect silent orbits, watching over you with a gaze that is ancient and serene. They have seen empires rise and fall, and they are still shining. They will be there tomorrow. You can rest now. Let the tension drain from your shoulders, from your hands, from the muscles behind your eyes. The argument is over. The conclusion is peace. Drift away from the shores of reason and float into the mist of dreams, where the impossible is true and the soul is free to wander without a map. The first teacher has finished his lesson. The book is closed. the night is yours. Sweet dreams.